Hello. Good afternoon. So I'm really excited about today's session because Tim Sowell contacted me a number of days ago. He's having trouble with with emails, and actually the email issue started out with I had sent him emails. I think the first time I discovered the problem was when I sent him the Zoom code for last week, and it bounced back, didn't go through. And so I used his other email address, and that went through. And then we had a few more conversations for that, and eventually he got that solved. I gave him a couple of suggestions, but then there's another problem, and that's what the thumbnail for today's live stream shows. It's about fixing his email and in Outlook, and what he was trying to do is add a second email address in his desktop version of Outlook, and that wasn't working. I think his online version was working, but not the desktop version. So I gave him a couple thoughts about that, and those didn't work out. And then the next step was going to be changing the DNS servers and put in static DNS servers, and I suggested, hey, we ought to do a video for that. So today I don't know if that's the solution, but this is going to be so cool to troubleshoot this email problem. I'm really excited about, with the help of the chat room and with my background and Tim's technical competence. I think we're going to get this solved, and this is just going to be an awesome experience. So let's go find out what Tim has to say. So let's see. I got to switch over to Zoom and unmute him. So Tim, what's the current status of that email problem?
Everything seems to be working fine now. I believe it's something on their servers because I had the same symptoms on my Outlook 365 on my phone.
No, wait, no, wait a minute. Are you saying that we can't troubleshoot this because it's working now?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Tim! No, it ain't supposed to go that way.
I didn't plan it. Something on their end got fixed. I don't know what happened.
All right, you people that know me know that was a setup. I knew it's already working. And actually more, I don't know, fun, curious, or to the point.
I have a little more details.
Yesterday, I created the thumbnail for today's live stream, and I scheduled the live stream. I published the live stream for this time today, and not more than 5 minutes later, Tim sends me a text message telling me it's working now. What are we going to do for a show? Hey, thanks for everybody for showing up. That'll be it for today. No, I'm kidding. Let's get an AVDW check. So my watch is on the table. Audio, visual. I hope you've been coming over. I've got you unmuted. And so in the chat, let us know if everything's working okay. Check the DVR. And let's see, pop out chat over here. I've got my sound muted everywhere. And zoom in a little bit. Yeah, let's see. Looking at the near the bottom, and I am seeing a. I just saw somebody said, yeah, here Gary says audio, video, DVR all working. Tim has got an echo.
I have an echo.
Yeah, you're a little soft. You're a little quiet from my, but maybe I've got my sound turned down. So how's the balance, Tim's sound compared to my sound? Let us know. Chris says DVR not on. You might have to do a refresh of your web browser, Chris. If you got into the live stream before the Google Earth actually started running, then you may not have to do a refresh. Now he says it's working. So let's go take a look at wow, that's a lot of stuff in chat. I'm just going to scan through it real quick. I see a lot of, I think there's mostly chit chat there. And just scanning through to see if there's anything, looking particularly for anything that's got me in orange. Wake up, spit the gum out. Blackwood, Doug's same shirt. Same shirt as what? I don't know. My fan. Oh, I know. I did in the thumbnail. I think I had a shirt from the last Tech Tales probably. I was there at Mitch's upgrade stream. There's a link for YouTube. Don't know what that's about, but that's still chit chat. Figured out Zoom yet. And yeah, zoomed. Any bets? All right, that's a play on my name, I think. The button, chit chat. Not going to read through it all because it just takes too long until you got me in orange. Catherine, I will not be of help. Sorry. Let's see. I do not know. Did you change Windows to GPT? That's chit chat between the two. Catherine will not be of help. I'm not sure what she means by that. DNS server, do not subscribe. DVR working, want to show trick your cat, DVR. Tim's sound is off a little bit. So your microphone is what? Is that on a headset or is that your laptop microphone?
It's in my headset, but let me change microphones and see if that helps.
How's this?
Oh, that's better.
All right.
What microphone is that?
Our webcams.
Oh, really? The webcam's coming out better than the headset. Yeah, I think that sounds better. What do you guys think in chat? Clean PC for your cats. Tavis here. Catherine, what happened? Okay, so that catches up with chat. If I miss anything that you want me to see, then hit me again with it in orange. All right, so let's talk a little bit about, because there's a few things worth talking about with your email experience. You have a couple email addresses, and the one that you were having trouble with last week, Catherine says much better for the sound, was your custom email. I would send an email and get kicked back as rejected. And what I used MX Toolbox to find out that the DNS servers were not resolving to your mail server. And I suggested that you go check your whoever your registrar is for your domain name for your domain name, and you did that, and you resolved something with them, and it came up working again. And that was GoDaddy.
Well, here's what started this big mess. Windows 365 used to have a premium thing to where you could do a custom email. They changed things, then they switched everything over to GoDaddy, and I didn't know nothing about it. So got that fixed, and then the other email was screwed up. It wouldn't send emails. So it was a big mess. I don't know what happened, and I guess they fixed something on their end on their servers, because I had the same problems on my Outlook 365 on my phone also. Same exact symptoms.
Okay, so the email you were having trouble with after fixing your custom domain was a Hotmail email?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they both were tied together at one time. Now it's two separate things. I don't know why they did that.
Okay.
Out of my hands.
All right. Resolved, and it's working now. And one of the things you were actually trying to do, you said the Hotmail is working from your phone and from webmail, but you're trying to get it functioning within Outlook, where Outlook was already functioning with your custom domain. You're trying to add Hotmail to it, and it wasn't finding the mail server.
Yeah.
And you had originally asked me about whether I knew what the mail server settings were for that, and I responded, you shouldn't need that because Hotmail is a Microsoft account, and they're going to be using Exchange servers. You should be able to just key in your email address and your password, and it should find the server. If it's not finding the server, my strongest suspicion was it was a problem with the DNS server that your computer is using. The DNS settings for your laptop could be using your router that's in your apartment and utilizing whatever DNS servers it's attaching to, which is probably your internet service provider. And I found sometimes that step, going to your router for DNS and then to your internet service provider, sometimes doesn't find certain addresses. So you can put in a static DNS addresses on your computer to force it to go look directly at the DNS servers provided by your internet service provider, or even oftentimes better is DNS server address of 1.1.1.1 and a secondary address of 1.0.0.1. I think that's hosted by Google, I'm not certain, but that is advertised and promoted as typically causing some people anyway to experience zippier web pages where their internet just works better and it finds addresses that otherwise aren't found. And then another thought on my mind was, if it was the custom domain you were having trouble with, when you fixed the problem with GoDaddy, it could take 48 hours before that fix propagates through all the DNS.
Propagate.
I'm sorry, we can't talk at the same time. What?
Yeah, propagate.
Yeah, it has to propagate to all the DNS servers around the world. And I thought, well, maybe that hadn't happened yet, but it wasn't your custom domain, it was your Hotmail. So there's just some thoughts to point out. So if anybody wants to join the Zoom session today, since we're not working specifically on Tim's issue, it's I'm using the same credentials as last Sunday. If you have that email, if you don't have that email from last Sunday, you can send an email to me, DougBetts at LiveWindowsTraining.com, and ask for the Zoom credentials, and you're welcome to come in and join us for wherever our conversation winds up going. It's not structured because Tim let us down and no longer has a problem for us to solve. Doggone it. Just having fun with you, Tim.
Yeah. Blackwatch said, get out of here. He was supposed to be on today.
You know, I briefly saw that when I was looking at the chat messages before I read through them. Then I missed them. So let's see. Let me go back to here and Control F, and I think he said belong. Was the word belong in his message? No. Well, I could search for Blackwatch. That'll take me to everything that he did. But that's 48 messages already. Two were from Blackwatch. He did have the word get, so there's only 6 messages that have the word get. And then click the down arrow and see if he's there. VP in the house, get out the fire extinguishers. No, I still didn't get. What did you say his message said?
Let me see.
Get out of here.
Where is it at?
Try the word here.
You put my name in it. Oh, here it is. Oh, that's Catherine.
Where he's gone. Wherever you are, where is Ida?
It's at 11:47.
11:47. Okay, so can I search for time? 11:47. Yes, I can. There it is. Tim Sowell, go away. It's my turn this week, dude. Well, BW, I saw you test the Zoom session last night. So come on in, because you know the credentials are the same, and I know you have the credentials because you tested it last night. And let's see. Oh, I guess I gotta go look and see if somebody sent me an email. You can put in the chat that you sent me an email. Let's see. Why do I have a couple of test emails from Tim?
Oh,
Those are not today. Oh, that's because I still have a search in my search field. I was searching for you. Oh yeah, here's Gary Weissenberger. Let me send that to Gary. That is here. All right, so we're gonna get Gary. Now I've got the waiting room turned on, so I get some experience with that. And when Tim came into the waiting room, it did give me an audible signal. So that should get me over to you when somebody comes in. I haven't heard that happen yet. Well, let's get back to here, and I've got chat popped out there, and go back down to the bottom of chat. Oh, I have some more stuff in orange.
something really cool they did do in the background. They upgraded my 365 account to business.
Oh, really?
Like, okay, I'll take it.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, I'll have to dig into that a little more and give you an update on it. I didn't pay for a business account.
Oh, yeah, it costs a bit. Well, it's a different pricing structure. Let's see. No male server. How about the female one? He's joking. To be. Oh, that's right. Google's DNS is 8.8.8.8 or 4.4.4.4. So I think that'd probably be just as good as the 1.1.1.1. Female server better. 1.1 American company Cloudflare in partnership with AppNick. Yeah, now that you say that, I do remember when I heard somebody talking about that recently. It was Cloudflare. Oh, nice, Catherine. Am I the only one that is glad for Tim it is working? No, I'm glad too. I always like the easy fix, and I'm just harassing him for about letting us down. Not that at all. Old man gone, long time passing. Blackwatch has got some songs in his head. Old link will honor security settings. I do not think so, Doug. Well, the link from Sunday, yeah, the link from Saturday won't work because the link from Saturday is the one that had the weak password. But the one from Sunday, it'll work because the trolls don't have that new password. I need to get another and new webcam first. I guess Catherine's saying that before she wants to come in again. Chris, I signed in on the web at Zoom, but when I try to log in, the app on Windows 10, it says wrong password. Chris, are you using the password from Sunday? The password from Saturday won't work because I've changed it because of the troll we had on Saturday. So, Chris, send me another. Well, let's see. I should still have Chris's email. Let's see. Whoops. I can't search that on YouTube. Chris Garrett. Something. I don't have an email from Chris from last week, from last weekend. Chris, send me an email, DougBetts at LiveWindowsTraining.com if you want the Zoom credentials for today. Hello, Jim. Dark side websites now use some dark websites now use Cloudflare. I feel so safe now. I'm talking about my Zoom account. Oh, his password for a Zoom account not working. Well, you shouldn't have to sign into your account. You could just click on the link from me, and you can use Zoom without actually using your account. Did she use her Chromebook by now? I don't know, because I didn't have a Zoom session with my brothers last night. So, Chris, you'd have to do password recovery if you want to get into your Zoom account, or just send me an email. I'll send you the link. Oh, I guess I wasn't on the right button that time. Blackwatch, why didn't you tell me to press my buttons? Well, I guess you know what, if you type something like that in chat, I don't see it until I get to the end of the chat, and then it's too late to point out to me that I'm on the wrong screen. Are you watching the YouTube video, Tim, or are you just on Zoom?
I'm back and forth.
All right. Well, if something happens in chat that I should go take a look at it, let me know.
Okay.
I don't need to do that. All right. And that is you. So I've finally got season 2 of Tech Tales rolling.
Cool.
2 videos went out. And let's see. Huh?
I saw one of them this morning.
Yeah, there was one yesterday morning and one this morning. And I think I've got 2 others already published, and I scheduled them to go live at 8 a.m. And one of those, the one from yesterday, Javi Manor, is in the chat room, and he pointed out to me that he thinks I ordered the wrong battery. And there's something to that. At first I thought it might have been a mix-up because I had 2 offices. Yesterday's Tech Tales and today's Tech Tales were both, I think, had to do with UPS batteries, and they were different sizes. One was 7 amp hours and the other was 9 amp hours. And I was thinking maybe I published a video showing the 9 amp hour, and then I showed ordering the 7 amp hour battery for the other office. But that's not the case. As it turned out, when I Googled the replacement battery and actually got to the company's website, CyberPower's website, it gave me a model number for the replacement battery. And I went to Amazon, put in that model number, found the exact model number battery, and ordered it. And the description of that battery said that it was 7 amp hours. So I was hoping that maybe the battery's going to arrive and it's actually 9 amp hours, because apparently the device, according to the website, it uses 9 amp hour batteries, and it makes sense that it should be a bigger unit. It's model number something like OH700 is one of them, OH900 is the other. So 7 amp hours, 9 amp hours. Makes sense. But I picked up the batteries this morning, and the batteries that I received that were supposed to be the 9 amp hours actually are 7 amp hours. So I think it's just wrong, and I'm probably going to have to wind up ordering straight from the CyberPower company, because I can't find the 9 amp hours on Amazon. On Amazon, it's around $25 for 2 batteries. On CyberPower's website, it's 90 some odd dollars. So big price difference.
My computer showed up yesterday.
Yo, what was it? What's that?
The one you did a box opening with. I thought that was really cool, so I ordered one for my TV.
Yeah, you ordered one of those little Dell microcomputers.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And you're going to mount it on the back of the TV that we see right behind you?
Yeah, that's 60-inch behind me there.
Cool.
I'm waiting on somebody to mount it on the wall for me, because I don't want to deal with it.
All right. I've got 2 big flat screens that were given to me, used, and I just don't have use for them. I have mine, I don't know what I have, 60-inch, something like that, and what passes for the living room. And I haven't watched anything on it for, I don't know how
Years?
many months. Could be a year. I don't know. I just don't.
I haven't had time to watch TV. I've been so busy.
In fact, I had to replace my Comcast equipment a while back, and I haven't even connected the new TV part of it. But one of those big flat screens is, I don't know, I haven't measured it. It's probably over 40 inches.
I know
It's
the one
technically a
I've
monitor.
seen.
It's technically a monitor. So I have it connected to the laptop on my dining room table. Just so I don't have to wear my glasses to do website stuff anymore. What do I got over here? Did I highlight where I was? No. Yeah, Zoom account. Next thing in orange. 7 amp hours is okay for the UPS, but we'll have less time to hold the UPS than using 9 amp. Yes, and actually the 9 amp hours for that installation is kind of weak. I was thinking that instead of ordering $90 batteries, or even, I could use these batteries, but it really ought to have a stronger UPS. But these servers have redundant power supplies. So what I could actually do is continue using this UPS and just order another one. However, I don't like that very much because, for example, in a long power outage, if the batteries on both of the units get depleted, then when they turn it back on, and if the batteries aren't recovering fast enough, and it goes into a self-test mode, it'll just shut the servers off immediately. No. And these batteries are just, you have to stay on top of them. You have to replace the batteries before they wear out in order to use them properly. And I don't go check up on them on a routine. And actually, probably what should be just more of a, well, you could do it on a calendar basis. The problem is they might wear out quicker than that. It depends upon how frequently the building experiences power outages and how long the power outages are. So you can't just put it on a calendar. You have to go check to see what their capacity is, and you can't rely on the screen that's on the front of the battery, because as I have one video in the can right now. I don't think you guys have seen it yet. The UPS will show that it's got X amount of time, but when I unplug it from the wall, it's just instant off.
Do you actually test them with a voltmeter?
That doesn't do any good. All that's going to do is show you voltage. That doesn't show you how long it'll keep the power running. That doesn't show you how much power it is. It's like the voltage. The voltage is like how fast is the stream of water coming through a hose. Mm-hmm. Well, voltage meter is just going to be taking a tiny amount of that. When you actually need to go on battery power, it's like using a fire hose, and if that battery doesn't have enough power in it to push the water through the hose at the same speed that it can push it through a straw, then it's not going to work. So the voltage meter is not going to do it. And like on car batteries, the way you take your car into shop, and the way they test it is they disconnect the battery from the car, they put a battery tester on it, and it puts a load on it. And they check to see how much amperage can come through that battery when it's under full load. You can't, I don't know of a way to test that except unplug the UPS from the wall and see how long the power stays on.
There's got to be some way to test a load on those.
I mean, they have a readout on the screen, but it's not reliable.
Yeah, you can't trust those things. We had one at work that was no good, and we didn't even know it because he kept saying it was good.
So I've a lot of times that when a UPS gets worn out and won't keep a computer running, I've just taken them out and plugged straight into a surge protector, because most of the time, the reason for the UPS most of the time is just to keep the computer running long enough to save whatever files are open and shut the computer down gracefully. Well, these days, Windows 10 computers, they survive a power outage just fine.
Yeah.
The only time I'd really be concerned about that is if you have like a SQL Server database running, and even there seem to do pretty good when they're rudely shut down. So, I mean, it just doesn't seem to be that important. Now, in TechTales 101, that was replacing a UPS that was powering the internet connection and, more significantly, the phones. And in that instance, on a brief power outage, when the phones go down, they take a long time to come back up, and they might actually have to be manually rebooted, we were told. So surviving a short power outage is more significant. And even on the servers in TechTales 102, keeping those powered during a brief power outage is worthwhile. And this 9 volt amps is just fine for that. It'll keep it powered for a short time. My video goes blurry on the camera that I use for Zoom, so I have to turn it off and on again to force it to refocus. Let's see, that is a chit chat. I'm not certain that is a chit chat, but again, I'm just going to the oranges. So if you're trying to get my attention on something, please hit me up in orange. The UPS from the second stream, that I think that means second TechTales, that hold only telecom and the router, 7 amp hours is good, but the other UPS that holds 2 servers is weak. Yep, I agree. I agree with that completely. And what was my justification for that at the time? The other one that holds 2 servers. Yeah, the one that holds 2 servers is, I believe it's supposed to be a 9 amp hours. So using that 7 amp hour battery in there would basically reduces it to a 700. I think as with the 9 amp hours, it'd be 900, wouldn't it? So my justification for that is that I thought that my intention was eventually to have 2 UPSs, since it has redundant power supplies, and that really my intention is just to survive a momentary outage. I don't need them to stay up long enough to shut down, because actually nobody's going to shut them down, and they survive just fine when the power is rudely interrupted. And I say that I'm going to just do the orange ones, and I haven't been doing it. Send me a mail for Zoom. Will do.
Z-Mater. Cool.
And let's see, I haven't, yep, nobody else. So I have his email. He didn't send me an email asking for it, but I have him. So I'll just put it in. But wait a minute, you came in last night. You have the credentials, you tested it last night, Zvi. I think that was him. He should have been able to get in. I got an email saying he was in. Let's see. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That wasn't Zvi. That was BW that tested last night. I think I said that correctly earlier. That BW had tested it. But he's not, I don't think he's here. I haven't heard anybody chime in. Oh, wait a minute. Somebody's there waiting. Oh, Gary's waiting. I never heard it ring.
I never heard a doorbell.
Yeah, it was a little different ring.
There we go.
Maybe, I don't know why it didn't ring. Sorry about that, Gary. I had him sitting there so long. I assume he's been there for a while. It says Gary Weisenberger is connecting to audio. And let's go while we're waiting for him to say something. Let me go check my picture-in-picture scene. Where is it? Come on. There it is. So here the video is going to go down
No
in the
video.
corner for a moment. Hi here, Gary.
All right. How's it going?
Oh, I'm good. Good. How are you? You're coming in today without video, right?
Yep.
All right. So then, let's see if I make that way.
I'm just going to find Tim. Everybody talking over everybody else.
And then over here, when I switch to the chat, bring that up so it shows good. Well, thank you for joining us. Tim and I were going to get to a point where we're just kind of staring at each other saying, okay, what are we going to talk about now?
We did have a real cool F-117 here last week.
Oh, yeah?
2 of them. I thought they were retired.
Well, some people can buy those after they're retired from service. Were they there? Did they look like they were active service?
Yeah, they flew with 144th Fighter Wing over here across the street. It was really cool to watch them. I've never seen one in real life before.
Yeah. Gary's got a comment on that. Gary, did you have something to say about the 117?
No, I was just wondering I couldn't hear Tim.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he was telling us about a military plane that he saw at our local airport. So are you not hearing Tim very well, Gary?
No, I was. It's just you were talking also, I think.
Yeah, that's a little tricky. So we have to understand that when somebody else is talking, don't interrupt them. Wait for them to pause. And if somebody's not pausing, I'm thinking either this or wrap it up. So he doesn't. This means wrap it up, and this means time out because you're going on too long. Let's see. Oh, Tavi is waiting in. Okay. Yeah, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear him there. Here's an admit. And that'll bring Tavi in. Oh, okay. There he is. He was telling us about a military plane. You're going to have to
Mute something.
Stop your sound on your YouTube. So are you not hearing Tim very well, Gary?
No, I was. It's just you were talking outside.
Okay. Javi, have you turned off the sound on your YouTube?
Just a moment. I don't see myself. Just a minute.
All right.
I am here.
Okay. There you
Can
are.
you hear me?
I can hear you. And I don't hear the echo of YouTube in the background.
You don't? Because I shut it down.
I didn't hear it.
About the UPS, 1700 watt is the UPS itself. There are several settings of UPS. For one server, it's enough 1700 watt. But for 2, you have to get over 1000 watt. It's not about the amperage of the batteries. It's not the same.
It's not about the amperage of the batteries. So you're saying a 900 volt, another 900 watt UPS doesn't necessarily use 9 amp hour batteries.
No, the UPS holding the two machines. I can't say about it. Just a moment, I will prepare myself.
Okay.
UPS that only have a 700 watt, it's take how much the machine take a voltage from the UPS, okay? And if there are two machines that are soaking too much voltage, for not voltage, stream, how many? Current from the UPS, it's less, it's holding less time every time.
Okay.
If you have UPS big enough, it's for, say, 1,000 and more, they have 4 batteries inside, not 2.
Yeah.
So you say, I think you have in the first place to put a bigger UPS, not only change the batteries. By the way, every 2 years you have to swap the batteries. The batteries, lead batteries, are not holding for more than 2 years.
Does that vary depending upon how many power outages or cycles they've experienced?
No.
Really? Just a straight calendar time?
Because the batteries are all the time in they redundant the voltage of themselves without any connection to the hardware. Okay.
Well, yeah, I've experienced that recently with actually coin cell batteries. The
Yeah.
back with those all-in-one computers, I had a couple packages of what might be called brand new coin cell batteries, except their expiration date was September 2021, this month. And when I put them in a battery tester, they tested as bad, where they're straight out of the package. So yeah, batteries have expiration dates printed on them. Now those aren't lead acid batteries, but the same thing is true in the lead acid batteries in these UPS.
If you are not using the battery in the machine, it's also acid battery, lead battery, and so if you are not going with your machine, you are the battery is dying. It's dying by itself in the time.
Okay, so the battery is dying, wearing out just over time, even if it's not even used.
Yes.
That makes that's totally believable. And I really think it's time that this office that has these 2 servers, I think I'm just going to go ahead and get a bigger UPS. They can afford it. There's no reason to scrimp for them.
Doug, about acid batteries, you are looking for cheap batteries. Not cheap batteries. It's not only the value of the batteries. It's not only money. It's a valuation of the batteries. So if they are making good, the value of money is higher.
Yeah. Now that link that you sent me, that I think linked to the purchase page from the manufacturer that was around $90 as opposed to Amazon 25. My feelings, and I think this is what you're saying right now, is that I'd be better off buying the $90 batteries from the manufacturer instead of these cheap ones from
I
Amazon.
think because you have a guarantee for 18 months.
You have what?
You have a guarantee for the batteries there
Okay,
for 18 months.
80 months.
And if the machine is broken or something else, you can tell them to repair the machine, the UPS.
Yeah. I've recently become convinced about this subject on the quality of batteries. When I went and ordered some new coin cell batteries, at first I was attracted to the cheap off-brand ones and even the Amazon ones, and I went and read the comments and just found a whole bunch of negative comments. Then I decided, no, I'm going to go for the major name brand for those. And I'm really, I think this experience that I'm going through right now and your comments are just making me an easy sell for going up on quality and not trying to save money on those.
You know how much the UPS costs now?
I haven't looked it up, but these UPSs are quite inexpensive. So I had to question also, is that a problem?
Let's say for $100, you can have almost a new UPS.
Yeah,
Cost,
it's not much more than the cost of the batteries.
$500. Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to inkjet printers. You can, for the cost of the replacement ink, you can just about buy a new printer.
Printer is different.
Well, but as far as the cost of the ink compared to the cost of the printer, it sounds pretty similar.
You can buy ink and fill the cassette.
Well, yeah, there's ways to save money on it. There's ways to do it cheaply, but the same thing is true of these UPSs. There's ways to do it cheaply.
But in company, if I have to change batteries in my UPS, it's my UPS at home.
Yeah.
But in companies that have a server and they reliable on the UPS for their server, I think that you have to buy from the company.
From the company, the manufacturer of the UPS.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm really feeling that. Got a couple comments over here in chat I'm going to go catch up with. Tim could unpack the PC. Oh, have you unboxed your new PC, Tim?
Oh yeah.
All right.
I plugged it up and configured it the way I want it.
All right. Let's see.
And unplugged it, just waiting for the TV to be mounted. Because I can swing it back and forth and tilt it this way. Me and you talked about it.
Yeah.
How you going to get to the computer if you need to reset it?
Yeah, but you don't have that mounted yet.
No, so I'm just waiting on the TV to be mounted before I plug everything up. Because I got a spaghetti wire factory back there.
Waiting. Okay, so Chris says we just had a small plane crash close to me. The pilot did not make it last year. About this time he crashed and survived, the same pilot. Yeah, that's sad. Tim and I have known people that have crashed and passed away.
Lots of
in
them.
small aircraft, so it happens. It's not one of those safest hobbies.
Doug?
Although we also know a lot of people who have flown a long time and never had that type of an incident. Cheap batteries can be a fire hazard too. Louis Rossman's electric bike burnt down. Really? They had to call the fire brigade. I did not know that. I have watched a lot of Louis Rossman. I haven't watched him for a long time. I don't get to watch so much anymore. Before I actually started producing videos, it's like I had time to do that. Now if I have time to watch more videos, I'd rather make a video. But oh wow, that's something. He rides his bike a lot. He's a major commuter with it, and now it's an electric bike. Well, that says it there, obviously.
I want to
Used
get one of those.
2032 from IKEA, but Energizer, much more durable. That's what I bought. I think it was Energizer. Am I going to get paid for today's pre-show? And I still want my $2 back. Let's see. Is he here yet? I'm going to go see if somebody's waiting. It shows 4 participants. Nope. BW is not in the room. All right. So that covers all of that. I've had it's before dealing with these rack mount UPSs, I've had, floor model UPSs. And I know I've had multiple 1200s, and I think I've gone up to I don't know, whether it's 1600, 1800. So I've had some big floor mount units. But I think these two are my only, that have been in the last 2 tech tales. I think these are my only rack mounts. And I've always wondered, I have felt a little weak on the calculations and the ratings, and I felt like I was too small, so we're gonna beef those up. Oh, let's see, I gotta respond here to somebody there.
I heard a doorbell.
I think that was my phone. Oh, was it? Maybe it was a doorbell. No, it wasn't a Zoom doorbell. So I've got some other videos that I have done the basic recording of. They need editing, and I'm thinking that's coming up. Meaning I think I've got... Oh, geez. The thing just won't stop ringing. It's supposed to stop ringing when I acknowledge it. Yeah, I've got some projects that I had kind of piled up, and I finally am getting through those. The Dell Micro that I recently showed an unboxing of, I took it to the client's office yesterday and started setting it up and realized I forgot the power cord.
Oops.
So I went back this morning and connected the power cord and connected it to their internet. And that was also a problem because there's something about the wall outlet that it's not reaching the patch panel correctly, or it's not numbered correctly. And to get up and deal with their patch panel and their switch, they've got this step stool that just doesn't get me high enough to deal with it, so I'm stretching. And then their switch is full up. There's no more ports for me to experiment. So I just decided, you know what? I'll connect it to Wi-Fi. And there's a challenge with that too. I'll describe in a minute. I'll connect it to their Wi-Fi and I'll do my remote configuration that way. I know I can't get the computer I knew I was going to have to come back anyway because they don't even have a desk in this room for the person yet. So I don't have the second monitor set up. But I've got it connected to their Wi-Fi now so that I can do the configuration work. And the problem with connecting to their Wi-Fi is that they now have a Wi-Fi that is the name of the company, and they have another Wi-Fi SSID that's the name of their company, Guest, for guests to use. and I was entering what I thought the Wi-Fi code was for their main network because I needed this computer to access the server, right? And I went and asked one of their staff people. They had 3 people in the office today on Saturday. This was the CPA office I referred to as Romeo. So he told me what he thought it was, and I tried that. It didn't work. So I went back. I used my cell phone to access OneNote through, the internet, through my Microsoft 365, which it is cool that I can get to my client notes through my iPhone in OneNote. And I found the explanation is that the Wi-Fi code for their guest network is what he was telling me, and I'm no longer allowing their cell phones to connect to that. So their cell phones all have to connect to the guest network. So they didn't even know what the code was for the real Wi-Fi network that'll let me attach to the server. So here we go. We got BW in the room. Hello, BW. And you changed your own name this time so that you actually got the periods.
Oh.
So we get to make fun of him now.
We can make fun of it now? Yeah.
I've got a question for you there, Doug.
Yes.
What's the fastest a Cessna will go?
The fastest a Cessna will do. Half of Mach?
Really?
Yeah, because Cessnas have jets.
Okay.
There are private jet Cessnas.
Well, that's like saying, what about G5 do?
Yes, it is. Cessna has really sleek, sexy looking jets.
Okay,
So
yeah.
Cessna that,
obviously you mean the type of Cessna private pilot for personal family
Yes.
use. So they, for my Cessna 172, it was right around 105 miles an hour on a really favorable conditions. I could see up to
family
112.
sedan speed.
Pardon?
Family sedan.
Yeah. That's what when the partnership in this airplane was offered to me, I kind of felt like it was the station wagon of airplanes. And but it was affordable to me. And then there's other levels of private pilot family use Cessna planes that'll be up around 180 miles an hour and retractable gear even, but still a
Way back
propeller
when
plane.
Way back when they tried to, some friends of mine tried to go into a partnership. And I'm like, no, because it's too far down.
Too far down?
Yeah. In other words, flying straight's fine. Flying down is not good.
Okay.
I think half of you understood it, right, Tim?
Yeah.
I think I must have missed part of the lead in there. Your microphone's a little soft again.
Okay. No, in other words, you can fly along straight, not a problem. But
Yeah.
if you start flying straight down, that's not good.
Oh, well, true. Yeah. But you started saying that about your friends that were looking at getting into a partnership with an airplane.
That is true.
Okay. And somehow that led to part B. And I guess I was trying to make a connection between part A and part B.
This is true.
Okay.
Scared the heck out of me.
All right, so here's Catherine's chiming in about the station wagon comment, saying she likes station wagons, very practical. We had station wagons when I grew up all the time, and those were in the days when we did not have to have seat belts. So depending upon how many people were in the car, my younger brother and I were usually consigned to the way back, is what we called it, where we're behind the back seat in the flat cargo area, and we didn't have the first station, two or three station wagons we had didn't have the fold-up seat. Even if we did, we still didn't do that. We just crawled around in the way back.
Stare at the people behind you.
Yeah, well, somehow that never bothered us. And then when I was in high school, I abused those station wagons. I did a couple of businesses out of our family station wagon. One of them was I would get the neighbors to put out their used newspapers on the curb, and I would go pick them up. I don't know what it was, twice a month or something, load them in the back of my car and take them to the newspaper recycling place, and I would get 30, 40, 50 bucks per station wagon load, depending upon what the price of recycled newspaper was at that time. And then I did a similar thing with firewood, where I'd take it up to the forest and a chainsaw and cut out firewood and load it into the back of the station wagon and be dragging down to the ground. We had a hoist, we had an airlift in the back. That was helpful for towing our ski boat as well. So that helped some, but I abused those station wagons. I'm looking back on that now, I'm surprised my dad let me do that.
Pity the poor guy that bought it next.
Yeah, right. I don't know what happened to those cars after we had them.
I just got tired of typing is all.
Got tired of typing. Why is it? What does that mean? The BW?
In chat.
Oh, in chat. Oh yeah, it's a lot easier to have conversations on Zoom. Invite anybody to come in and chat through Zoom if you're interested.
Oh, I wouldn't click the link I sent her, so like, no.
Yeah, and we do only have 9 or 10 people, viewers right now. It looks like, and I'm not sure. I still haven't figured out how many it counts me as, because I have 2 computers watching. That gives me convenient places for the chat.
You reminded me something with your station wagon. We, when we drag raced, we were going to Halifax, 21-hour straight drive. And one of the guys, his wife was in a small, like a Ford station wagon. And so he climbed right in the back and faced backwards and fell asleep. He woke up thinking he was still driving. You should have heard it. He actually thought he was still driving, looking out the back window.
Oh,
That's what you get for driving 21 hours straight to a drag race.
yeah,
Rather scary.
yeah.
It was funny at the time. I guess it's not anymore. I don't know.
Well, it is. When you wake up, you can, think you're somewhere else, and so I could see that.
Well, Paul was always somewhere else, even when he's building engines. So what can you do?
But the other thing we used to do that was abusive and dangerous was like ride on the bumper of a vehicle or ride in the back of a pickup truck, stuff way too many people in a car. I had a VW Bug. It was a family car that I would put a bunch of people in, or we were going to a ice cream shop or something. Lots of abuses of safety and of overutilizing a car. Well, we kind of don't have any technical topics for us to deal with. I am curious, Tim, which model of the Dell microcomputers you got, because you can buy them anywhere from $200 up to, I think, $1,800, depending upon how they're equipped.
Tim?
Showing us the box isn't going to tell us anything. Tell us about the CPU, the memory, the storage.
I don't have all that info right here in front of me right now.
Can you get to your Amazon account?
Let me look.
Look at your orders on your Amazon account. That's something that you picked up from me recently about where to go in there to look at your recent orders and actually see the invoice. Gives you real convenient access to that information. Now, this computer that you bought is just for entertainment purposes, so you didn't need a very well-equipped computer.
And I'm not worried about Windows 11 or none of that crap.
Yeah, yeah, it didn't even need to be strong enough for Windows 11 because when Windows 11 comes along, you can continue using Windows 10 even if you're not getting security updates anymore, because if you're only using it for entertainment and not going to any, you're not even doing Google searches on it probably, just playing from your Netflix or Hulu or whatever you use. And the operating system will continue working past the date that it's going to be supported. And we know that because people are still using Windows, Vista and 98 and 2000 and
got a
XP
Windows.
7.
I've got Windows XP in there. It still works.
It'll still work. Now there may come a point where, depending upon changes on websites, that even Netflix, for instance, might increase their security requirements past a level that Windows 10 supports, but I think that's a long time down the road.
This is the 3040 microcomputer mini tower, Intel quad core i5 6500T, 8 gigs of RAM, 256 solid state hard drive, HDMI, VGA, Wi-Fi, Windows Pro. It's a renewed one.
All right. And
all I
what was
need.
the processor number again?
The Intel quad core i5 6500T.
Yeah, 6500T. So it won't meet the technical.
It won't meet.
It won't meet the requirements for Windows 11, but for your purpose, for your use case, I don't see any problem. How much? What was the price tag?
That was $269. Really
$269.
cool deal.
Nothing wrong with doing that at all.
Perfect.
Yeah.
The one I was going to get was $750,
Yeah.
but it's almost the same thing.
Oh, there was the doorbell. I heard that one. See, I gotta switch over here and let Jim in. Here comes Jim.
About time.
Okay.
There
All right,
he
you're all
is.
in trouble. You're all in trouble now. I showed up.
Yeah, yeah. Wake us up because we're getting a little sleepy here, I feel like.
Where's PW?
Where's Ken? He's nowhere to be found.
Ken's not here.
Yeah.
Ken's absent without leave.
Where's
Jesus.
Katrina?
You want me to snitch on him?
Nah, that's okay.
No, I'm not going to snitch. I know where he is.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
Jim, I
grandkids.
just noticed your question about the Chromebook, and I did respond to the question, and I don't have an answer because I didn't have a Zoom session with my brothers last night, so I didn't have that opportunity to ask about it. And they
Okay.
haven't volunteered, so no, I don't know.
Okay. 'Cause it's funny. I was sitting in a small little restaurant, and next table over was a bunch of students, high school students, talking about what computers they had, and they were talking about the school in school. They were a lot of iMacs in there, but they sent them home with Chromebooks, and well, let's just say that the kids weren't thrilled with the Chromebook.
Not happy with it. Yeah.
No, not at all.
No loss if they're stolen.
No loss.
sorry,
if
was
they're
that it?
stolen, Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, anyway, I've got the shirt that we all, I'm sure, can identify with.
My computer problems.
Most computer problems.
Oh, most computer. Let me make you big. I got to figure out. I got to know how quicker to do this. I'm going to make you centered. So hang on here. Keep your pose. Let's see. Spotlight for everyone. There we go. And then I got to close that. Most computer problems are caused by loose nuts between the chair and the keyboard. Good.
There you
It
go.
must work for me.
Yep. I like it. I like it a lot.
Hey, Jim,
Yes.
there's a special wrench for that, you know?
Yeah, I know.
It's not blue.
Yeah, I know.
Enough of that.
Yeah. Let's not advocate violence, shall we?
Or not me.
There's another
Yeah,
guy
it
that
is.
wants in that we've never seen before. No, never mind.
There's another what?
Never mind.
All right.
I'm a little out of practice today, Jim, so that was a little sideways there.
Oh, that's okay. Maybe you're feeling a little under the weather. I'm sure you'll be back to normal very soon.
Yeah, but I'm afraid what normal is.
Well, normal for you.
Okay. Hi, Steve.
You got that figured out, Jim?
No, I don't. I have no idea what is normal for him, but I'm sure that at some point he'll surprise us all.
There was a time I was normal.
He's from Canada, isn't he?
And then?
And then
All normal.
just call me Al.
Just call me Al. Okay.
Call you Al.
Paul Simon.
Yeah, it's a Paul Simon reference.
Well, see there? I remember I told you pop culture references. I'm not going to get
I
it.
thought it was Chevy Chase.
It's all got to be explained to me.
I think it was the last Christmas vacation I had with Chevy Chase. Yeah, kind of messed me up.
There's the explanation.
I want to give a shout out to Israel there, Steve. How you doing, guy?
Okay. Self boost.
You're doing good? Good.
I'm feeling well.
Well, you're
I
getting
don't
like
know why I'm.
you're getting like Darren. He fades in the background. Just
What
kidding.
in the background?
The speaker's a little
It's
messy.
all on computers.
I couldn't hear you either.
I said that I have in the background all computers for my clients that are using
Right.
Windows XP,
Right.
Windows 98,
Yeah.
still.
Windows 98. You gotta be joking.
No, I'm not joking. There is a computer, one computer with that serving a CNC machine that have to be with 98 only because the software is not working on the XP.
Is this on a CNC machine? You said?
What?
Is that what he said? A CNC machine?
Yeah, that's what he said.
CNC. Two CNC.
Holy mac!
I just serviced a CNC machine router, the computer on it, and it's Windows XP, still running the software till today.
No, I remember the day at work. No more paper tape. They went to Mylar. Paper tape just wouldn't last. Wow.
Those paper tapes are a pain in the butt to reprogram.
God, we punched more of that stuff out than you can believe. But they all went to Mylar tape.
Are these tapes something to do with CNC machines?
Yep.
CNC
Okay.
at the aircraft plant. They changed to Mylar tape from punch paper tape. It just didn't last.
Yep.
It cost a lot of money, that stuff.
We had a horizontal that actually had the reel-to-reel tape in it. We finally got rid of that old beast.
Well, there was a small company you guys might know in the States that bought us, Boeing, that little one.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Boeing, that little. Those are the guys that came in, and the metal comes in flatbeds. Well, they couldn't figure out how you take metal in flatbeds and turn out an aircraft. Because Wichita produces their wings, and they train them into Seattle, right? But I won't go there. That's another story, Doug, when they sent up their VP of security to impress us.
Took a tour of that plant. It's really cool.
They flew a few people down there from here, from Toronto.
I think they have Phoenix also, don't they?
I think so.
someplace out there. My son was out there 2 weeks ago doing logistics.
Well, from what I was told, it's a city within a city. It has its own police, its own traffic lights, its own everything. It's a world within. I didn't get to go down, and I didn't miss it.
Well, he came from Detroit, from a different company, contracting and all that kind of stuff.
But I'm not going to start another story because Doug will have to shut me up. So.
Well, I told you could have the show today, BW.
Well, yeah, you did. I kind of pushed you aside. I want my money back, Tim.
He said GW.
Who?
But you'll pay $2 Canadians.
Geez, don't call me GW, or I'll have to, go back to Windows or Sally Fields or something. Don't get me started on your presidents. Jeez.
Oh, yeah, no.
Wasn't going there.
Don't want to do that.
I don't
No.
do politics or sex.
No. Actually, I'm on your side. The way I look at it, the side of the people, But I won't go. I just remembered 9/11 when Bush finally went into New York and he stood up there and with his blue jacket, and you saw this old firefighter all covered in dust. And he said, "Do we want to go after them?" And I'm going, "No, just send over special forces, But then anyway, I won't go there.
Is he talking about presidents when he just said he's not going to?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Of course he did.
Yeah, he did.
I actually just sent my initials.
You should have seen the VP from Boeing, 3 stretch limousines, black, men in black get out. You could tell they have, revolvers under their, coats. And
From
But, yeah.
into the plant, literally, they did a background check just to walk into the management area.
But anyway, is that technical enough for you, Doug? I don't know. We changed the tech.
Yeah, what? I missed it. What did you talk about? That wasn't tech. What?
Well, they were supposed to be high tech. That was supposed to be high tech, men in black and,
Yeah, no. That didn't register as tech. That still sounded like politics to me.
No, I said my son going in there. They did a background check to get into the management offices. That's politics, but not much. That's computers.
So who can we talk about now? Anybody got a joke? Hey, Jim, I posted a thing to you to come in because I'm dry on jokes. You're going to have to take over here, brother.
Not me.
Okay.
Not me.
Well, I know people who can just pick up a joke from their memory instantly, and Mitch is doing that. Well, he's actually a stand-up comedian, but the last one I heard from him on I guess it was Friday's video. I don't remember what it was, but it wasn't one of his best.
No.
He's coming to Fresno.
Yep.
On his
Sure
trip,
is.
he's going. He said he's coming to Fresno. Did anybody hear why he's going to Fresno? Does he have contacts here or something?
I think it's just that he wants to ride the Pacific Coast Highway.
Yeah,
Fresno's not the Pacific Coast Highway.
he's passing through.
Yeah, I think he's passing through there.
Yeah,
as well.
but there's no reason to mention Fresno if you're passing through.
Maybe
No,
He didn't mention Visalia or Tulare or Bakersfield or Los Banos. I think he's got some connection in Fresno.
Up here, I emailed Justin to let him in across the BC border, but I haven't heard back yet.
Justin.
Yeah, Justin Bieber. I'm pretty sure that's the
Oh.
right one.
Jesus, get out of town. You keep that guy. Trudeau.
Trudeau.
Justin Trudeau. Yeah, see here, BW expects he can say the name Justin, and I realize he's talking about Justin Trudeau. No!
We know more about your place than you know about ours. You can find out Toronto and you go Toronto, Canada. That's like, San Francisco, USA.
Yeah?
We are taught more about the US than you guys are taught about us.
a better country.
Yeah, well.
Well, they're taking this one apart bit by bit too, but that's the funny thing about the U.S. Canadian, thing. I understand it, but the further south you go, the less you know about, Canada. But that's just what we're brought up in the education system. Ontario, California. Well, this is it's like saying a city, and it's not complete without the state.
Yeah, well, your cities and provinces, is that what you call them? And then what's the next level geographically above cities?
10 provinces and 2 territories.
10 provinces, 2 territories, 1 country, and a bunch of cities.
Yeah, and I'd say a bunch of something else now and then, but yeah, basically, yeah. And a bunch of yahoos running it, but that's it. 10 provinces, 2 territories. Yukon is a territory next to Alaska.
So sometimes when I hear a Canadian location, am I correct that I might be hearing 4 things, or I'm hearing a city and a province and a territory and then the word Canada?
No. A city and a province, or a city and a territory. Yellowknife.
Oh, okay, a city and a province, or a city and a territory.
Yeah, the territories basically came from the Inuit, and dropped down. Nobody wants to go up there.
Well,
Yeah, you got a lot of wilderness.
Yeah, not even the truckers. The truckers go up there, and they're running on
Ice.
roads of ice. They have satellite phones, like come get me.
Yeah.
There's something called interesting if you ever look at it. It's based in northern BC. It's called Highway Through Hell.
Yep.
And that's a series, and it's amazing, even for Canadians, how stupid they are to go out and drive in that.
We have one called the Housewives of Hollywood. Same difference.
It's
Housewives of Hollywood.
John Pulaski flew his airplane to Yellowknife, and you can't use a compass up there because of all the iron in the
Right.
ground.
It's a place you go if you want to take up drinking, because there's nothing to do. It's just absolutely devoid of anything. But you have it too. I know. I'm trying to figure out how you guys got Alaska, but I know the story. The gold rush and everything like that. Northwest Mounted Police. They have a little a commercial about an American coming up, during the gold rush with his gambling gear and all that. And I don't know if it's true or not, but anyway, yeah. When you think of Alaska, that's about it. Yukon.
Catherine mentions Ice Road Truckers. I've watched that a number of times, and Chris commented about that too.
Yeah, it's real. It's real.
Oh yeah. Quite an adventure. All right. So Windows 11 and my intentions. That's worth saying something about. October 5th. I think it's supposed to come out for general public release. So what I'm thinking I want to do that day. Now keep in mind, I'm not recommending anybody upgrade to Windows 11 unless they just specifically want to. But I think on that day, if I don't have a client obligation, I'm gonna be watching for that to come available on the media creation tool, and then do simultaneously 2 upgrades to Windows 11. One on a computer that does meet the requirements, the other one on a computer that does not meet the requirements, and just show the experience how it works. So I'm just putting that out there. I'm intending to do that. I think that was October 5th. What day of the week is that? I want to say it was a Thursday. Nope, Tuesday.
I was just going to say that because that tends to make sense.
Yeah, update Tuesday. Of course it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, but October 5th is not update Tuesday because that's the first Tuesday of the month.
It's just a start out, though.
But it's a Tuesday. Tuesdays are Tuesdays to Microsoft. Um, let's see. Who's that? Catherine saying yes, but only newest machines get Windows 11 on October 5th. Well, as I understand it, the newest machines will get it in Windows Update. If you go check for Windows Update, it'll offer it to you. But one of the things that I've heard is that you can go to the media creation tool and download Windows 11 and install it manually as an update. So you're a seeker at that point. But only the newest machines are going to get it on October 5th, and then even it's probably going to be a phased rollout. They've definitely used the term phased. But how new of a machine, which machines are going to actually be offered it through Windows Update on October 5th, who knows? I don't really care. But I think it will be available on Media Creation Tool.
Doug?
Yeah.
Yeah, from what we've been told, Dell, HP, Lenovo, all the ones that are out there, they're starting to get them like next week, the week after, on the machine.
Same thing.
Yeah.
In other words, they're getting them, selling them.
Yeah.
The people that be getting them October 5th to start off with are insiders with the beta section. And if you know anybody or if yourself has developer, that's actually got an expiration date, if I can speak English, of 10/31/21. And with
So
no
end of October.
Thank you. With no update to 11. They will get a new reload for 11. The reason being the developer is developer will start right now. Developers getting stuff past October 5th today. So let's say they have an error. Something that maybe just a bug. That bug will be 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks ahead. Just like Insider used to be last month or 2 months ago. You got the 21H1 update, 4 months ago or something? That's what this is starting to be. So the developer is already past the beta version. And
Sure.
so you or I will not get the beta version if you get the October 5th starting.
Yeah, the October 5th is a public release.
It is public with beta coming out first.
With beta coming out first.
Yes. Insider beta will be getting full version 11 before anybody else. So you're correct that October 1st is starting. The part that you're not totally correct is like you said, it's starting up after that. So October 6th, you may get, 100,000? October 7th, you may get 4,000. I mean, that's up to how they do it.
Okay.
But October 5th is coming for the beta version of Insider.
Okay. Now, but everything you're talking about there sounds like what those people are going to experience through Windows Update.
Correct, 100%.
Have you heard anything about the Media Creation Tool page?
That will be up to date on the 5th or 6th. I mean, they're just basically saying I have heard it will be the 5th, but.
So you're thinking that Windows 11 will be available to seekers then?
Correct.
Okay. Which actually, seekers is the way Windows Weekly uses the term seekers. What they mean is they go to Windows Update and check for updates, and then if there's an optional update, that's what they're using the term seekers for. I'm using it in the context of going to Media Creation Tool and manually launching an upgrade.
Same way you do 10 today.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, I'm wondering, when you go to the Media Creation Tool, can you select whether you want to create media for Windows 11 or Windows 10? I would think we should continue having Windows 10 as an option for media creation tool.
I have not heard, but the kind of the roundabout way I have heard is yes,
Should be.
but I haven't asked.
Because you've got to be, it seems like we've got to be able to continue installing Windows 10.
Only for the next 4 years.
Yeah, for the next 4 years, yeah. I mean, even if
So-
you have a machine that's capable of Windows 11, you might still want Windows 10 for some reason. And we don't really know what's going to happen to Windows 11 when it actually hits the general public as far as how many more bugs are going to be found and troubles. Because the insiders and the beta testers and the developers, they have not been testing on real production machines. They weren't supposed to. Some of them probably have, but there certainly hasn't been much of a test on real end-user production computers yet.
Is Gary there?
Yes.
I'm just curious. Like the last time through, you mentioned how can I put this? The average person doesn't have the insight to corporations like yours. You bought 20,000 laptops last year?
30.
30?
Wow.
33,000.
What guarantee did Microsoft give you about Windows 11?
Actually, we have none, but obviously, I bought them up to date, so.
Yeah, you would, but you
I
see
mean,
where I'm
everything I
coming
have
from.
everything I have is 10. So
No, I realize that, but I mean, with with that marketplace and whatever you have going, I would imagine Microsoft's going to tend to your concerns, you know, as one of the first. You know, if you have a company that size, they buy 30,000 laptops, and then you're stuck. The longevity is, you know, cut to 4 years or whatever. I can't imagine Microsoft being so silly not to address that. You know, to corporations, long before during the insider program. You know,
I don't like the word insider.
nor do I, because
Well,
I don't think you get much more outside than inside with that. But
Well, there's an insider that you may, I hate the word play, but try it out, do some stuff, do some other stuff. But companies of certain sizes, well, as an example, let me use a good 100% example. Tuesday upgrades, right?
yeah,
We don't get Tuesday upgrades.
no, they control it. Like
No,
I
we
got to
get it- we
explain.
get it before Tuesday.
I understand where you're coming from.
No, but I mean, there's no Tuesday upgrades for us. We get them 2 weeks in advance.
But briefly,
I'm not sending my users a Tuesday upgrade.
No, but briefly touching on that point, I've already told you about my experience with VP, so that's when I started to call it play. You know,
I agree.
it's a playground. I take the stuff very seriously. I took the job extremely seriously, but I call it play because, you know, you can't be serious, right? That actually happened type of thing. So I understand where you're coming from.
Well, no, I mean, I agree and disagree without giving anybody on the chat heck. I give you some software. Let's say I use Microsoft 365 also. I hand you a CD. Well, actually, it's not on a CD, but, you know, give it a shot. Basically, as you know, you download it, you know, sign on and download it. But what do you know about it? Even though that's your job. So I don't like the word play with it, but you got a list of things I want you to do. And then after that, you're doing things that tomorrow Doug may have to do with his client. But what's Doug going to do if he's never used it? He's going to be looking to, you know, something. And again, Doug, that's not an insult. But so I like the word play a little bit. Doesn't mean you don't know what you're doing. It means that, well, what if I try this and see what happens? Oh, shoot, I don't want to do that when I take it to the clients, you know. So when I say play, I mean an educated play.
No, of course, it's all within the scope of it. I mean,
I have a person. I was laughing, and I'm gonna tell it because it's a technical joke, but it's not. This person wants an Apple. He wants the M chip. I have no clue why he wants it. He's one of my best web people. I will tell you, we have over 20,000 hits a year. He develops web stuff. You know how close I am to getting him the iMac or the Mac, whatever. I don't know which one he wants. He wants the laptop.
That's a
He's
MacBook
God.
or a MacBook Pro.
I don't know, whatever it is. I'm going to write the check and let him have it. If you're God and you want to act like God, you can have the book. And if he loses it tomorrow, obviously he'll get in trouble. But if he loses tomorrow, I'll get him another one. And if you can come in tomorrow and be as good as he is, I'll give you one, whatever you want.
Oh,
Alienware? You want Alienware? Go for it. You
so
want
you're not
Alienware?
you're not making him justify a reason for the MacBook with the M chip. He's basically has it is valuable enough to the company. What he produces to the company is it puts him to a position in your view where, you know what, if you want that, yep, you can have it.
I mean, 99.9%. I mean, obviously he has to, oh, I'm going to use it, but I'm not going to hold him to that. I mean, obviously he has to keep producing, but
Yeah.
I mean, you know, just to qualify that, I mean, I don't know what you did. I don't know about your background, but I got away. Simpsons, the Robert Simpson, he died before 1900, but it was related to Sears, and I saw it coming. I thought I better get out. I need a union, so I went to de Havilland, and they hire you like an operator, and the guys outside, 2 groups higher, because they submit jobs. You know, I had to know it all. But anyway, they had removable disk packs still on the mainframes. I think 3330s were the last one. We had a head crash for $500,000, and it was IBM's fault. But anyway, I started de Havilland, and you're, quote, learning, you know, like it was a joke. But anyway, you dial the address, you know what I mean, still, where you IPL from, or IMPL, whatever you want to call it.
exactly.
So nobody said anything. I'm going along, and it's going to be me by myself on midnights. I think it was 2 machines, BM at that time too. Anyway, I go in, and software was in testing. So you got sysres, systest1, all these packs. So I'm bringing the machine up after they've been in through the day. And I'm going, well, what is it? Where is it? So I pulled the manuals out, nothing. Nobody ever said to me, 15A, you know, 16B, this is where you know, of course, that's relevant to the pack. I tried to call anybody. Nobody answered. So the guy that hired me, he retired shortly after that. He came in, and I says, I've done nothing. I played all night on the phone. Gary, I did nothing. I didn't know what pack to IPL from.
I
Nobody-
know what you're saying, but
You know,
you should have. I mean, I'm not throwing the blame back to you, but somebody should have been able to tell you before you got there, or you know.
well, exactly. But this is where it gets to the point. This can't be real. This is not happening.
Well,
You
I'll
know,
tell you. I started in this field. I call it electronic data processing. I don't know if anybody's my age. I'm 62, so I'm probably the second. How old are you, Blackwatch?
Well, a few people want to know. 62, you're in my rearview mirror.
Okay. Well, I started in 1976 at Ford Motor Company, programmer. And I was there over a year, and I got in trouble. I went to the general manager for a project that was coming out, and be damned if he didn't give it to me. I got promoted. Anyway, we weren't allowed in the computer room back there. Did you have that, VW?
No, they were all either the, you know, the handles on the doors. You got to push the combination, or cards.
Yep, I couldn't get in.
You know?
I got mad at that. I felt like I had a right to be. If you're running my code, I should be inside of there. And anyway, I never got in there. After that, I worked 2 years, and the people that are still working at IT will understand this. Right now, you buy a computer for your clients, Doug. You buy software. What if they make up some templates for bills they're doing, or for your law offices? Who pays for the templates And how much are the templates worth for next year? That's what I did for 2 years, because most people don't think with that. They think, well, we had to pay some technical person or programmer or whatever you call them. But what they had end up being made, you paid for it, but it was also worth something. If I come to your house and make a deck, you pay me for the deck. Remember, that deck is going to be worth something for the next 10 years.
No, it's,
And
I don't know. I don't know.
Most people don't think of IT as an asset. I mean, they have these cute words, but it's an asset also. Not just the computer, but forget about the software. You loaded the software and set it up.
Well, I agree with you. I wish they just look at the people that run it and make it keep it going as assets, not liabilities. You know, you're absolutely right.
Oh, exactly. And
I
then
mean,
after-
if it can relate, when I started, the 1401 just went out. They had a 360, 40, and 20, and the 20 was a glorified printer. The IMPO deck was loaded, you know, the brains were put into it, and when it's security, you go in a computer room, it's like you're not supposed to be there, because they also, at that time, they're transitioning from the tapes look like 8 tracks, you know.
Yep.
And
big
of course,
ring in the middle, and you put the ring around the top with the little thingy on it. You
Yeah.
got them on the.
and the printers were all going to laser. You know, the guy they hired to help me with security, which he kept telling me, this is what it was like where I came from. And I said, if you want to undo the last 3 years I spent, great. But they did the fonts for the laser printers, you know, going from Moore's business forums, you know, to lasers. But at that time, they look at me like you're not supposed to be there. Exactly what you said. You're not, you know, and I just say to them, I didn't put myself under software. A Boeing director did it, you know, which don't get me started on them again. Jeez.
Yeah, well, the more they can get under them. Well, and this is the last one I'll brag about, but I got hired by an insurance company. And I hired, the first 2 years I was in, I actually put on POs for 48,000 computers. Yes, it got bigger, not smaller. And for all you insurance people, guess what else I had to do, Doug? HIPAA.
Oh, well.
Good old HIPAA. That's fun. I was actually on one of the commissions under Bill Clinton's people, where I actually got to go to Washington about 4 different times. And so when I hear people talk about HIPAA like they have a clue what they're talking about, I get books and books and books out. I got about 40 books that are like 100,000 pages each. I'm joking, about 800 pages each. And people argue and I'll say, go find it. There's the books. And then I'll look at my CD and I'll start looking at the DVDs. It's a lot faster that way. But anyway, finishing up what Doug asked and what Blackwatch asked, with insider debates, and I'm just telling you what they are, is an example. Different offices are being tested today. They're not insider for the actual, here's your office. I mean, there's beta and preview life, if I'm not mistaken. There's actually, as Doug knows because he's using it and we're using it, there's actually going to be, just like everything else, here's the new 365. Thank you. But the people actually working on that today are not throwing out the beta tomorrow, because most beta people, even though they say this, you're supposed to allow them to come every night or two and grab off your system. Do you have your system open, Doug? If you have anything on beta, I'll bet you don't.
No, I'm not on any insider program.
I mean, but if you were, would you let me come into your system every night, or Microsoft? I don't think so.
Oh,
No,
no.
hell no. Hell no. No.
Remember, if
No.
Microsoft can get in, I can get in. Yeah, as in Gary, I can get in if you want me to. But so there's also a beta for companies. I'm trying to decide if I should say this. If you are a big enough company and you have something that you need in Word, it might get in there.
Yeah, I expect that.
So if let's say Ford Motor Company, I don't work there. a Forerunner company with 150,000 employees says, I'm making up something, you know, I want spell check to spell Israel by default. 150,000 employees? Betcha. And again, do you think that'll be tested by somebody in the beta test group tomorrow? Now, that's just a throw out. I may be wrong, and you may think he's wrong, but ask me why they would let Jim, Gary, or Doug test just that. But they may send it to somebody like Ford and have Ford send it around to their people and then find out that it's not working, go back to Microsoft and keep that going back and forth before it even gets anywhere near insider testing. So if you think about it, when you see insider testing, people have been testing a long time before it gets there. Even with Microsoft Windows 11,
Sure.
yes, they changed a ton of it. You know, that you and I can see and say, oh, look, they changed the colors and they changed the whatnot. But before they touched anything back, before you and I saw it out front, people have been working on the back.
Sure.
And they didn't send, they don't tell, I'm not trying to be like it's that way, but the average person doesn't know that.
Well, yes, agreed. I think of that, in my mind, I call that alpha testing.
I agree totally.
Because it doesn't go out to anybody in the insiders program, doesn't go out to any level of consumer until the developers in Microsoft, meaning the developers of the Microsoft operating system, change their code or do whatever. There's a level of alpha testing, and if a request came in for a particular feature or something, like I think you were describing, from a large customer company, that customer company might get to test that feature. And in my mind, at that point, they're essentially an alpha tester of that particular feature change that they requested.
I will say, not a correction, but they may also make the request for what they're testing.
Yeah,
like I said, as an example, maybe they want something to, I'm just saying this, maybe they want to default to Israel, you know, to Hebrew. I mean, you know, I'm just throwing it out. They may actually make that request and get sent the you know, quote CD. Actually, now it's all on the internet, but they'd say that Gary would get it and then I'd send it out to internally, quote, 500 people. They'd say, oh, this is a bug, this is a bug. We'd send it back to Microsoft and we'd keep getting back and forth. Then it would go into the beta testing or alpha testing, which I agree with you. But I'm saying the 150,000 person company can actually make requests for Office 365.
Yeah, I totally buy that. I totally buy that. Maybe this, as an example, rather than defaulting Israel, maybe just a new template.
Totally.
In the templates that 365 has, they say, hey, we want a template for such and such, and maybe even the company making the request has more communications with the developers in Microsoft who would be creating that to work out the detail of that, and then they have essentially a prototype version of it, and they let the company test that and distribute it through their own people, and they gives feedback, and they fix it up more, and then eventually it goes out to maybe even a broader alpha audience, and then eventually it gets into what we refer to as the developers circle or ring. I think the developers is the most volatile first level of what you might call public level of insiders, meaning beyond the alpha.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
And actually, to agree one more side, remember that not only do the companies of a certain size want certain things, you as in Microsoft, or, you know, you take your pick, can't just walk into Dell and say, oh, hey guys, on October 5th, we're going to show you all this crap. Pardon me. You got to have, Dell's got to have it ready 6 months ago also. What would happen if you sent all that stuff to Dell on October 5th and it doesn't work?
Right.
With their new PCs. So I don't care what people say. Dell knew about this a long time ago.
Yeah,
Because if their PCs don't work with that, Microsoft is in trouble, Dell's in trouble.
yeah.
I mean,
Well,
there'd be stockholders all over the world that'd be in
one
upset.
of the mitigations for that, I think, areas is the comments that Windows 11 isn't a huge jump from Windows 10
Totally
in
agree.
as far as the things that could go wrong with it. I mean, they started out with Windows 10 and dolled it up, and they changed a few things in the background. They put in the security requirements for whatever reason that might come out in a tell-all expose book 30 years from now. But it's intentionally not a huge change, just for that reason that this has been comparatively short notice. I think the manufacturers had more advanced notice about Windows 10 than they probably did for Windows 11. And part of this tell-all book that I'm expecting in 30 years, I think is going to give us some behind closed doors stories about Microsoft's motives and choices of why they chose to make a version number change at this point in history. I have some ideas of what those motivations might be that haven't been a whole lot out on the table, a little bit, but I suspect they had a lot of intense arguments behind closed doors over whether to come out with a new operating system called Windows 11. And that somewhere along the line, the decision was made, and because it was going to be fairly short notice to the world, it was also part of that to say, let's not start it out with being a huge change. It's some people describe it as not much more than a feature update, and that should make the rollout go smoother.
Mary Jo's one of those.
Yes.
I knew what you were thinking of, and Paul's a little bit different though.
Yeah.
And who's the other one? Steve Gibson. He's totally against TPM, but regardless, he's also a genius in my mind.
Well, he wasn't.
Anyway,
He wasn't totally against it at the beginning.
well, he
As he looked into it, as he researched it, when he recently
only-
came out with a big deep dive on it, and his conclusion is it's not really going to do that big of a deal in terms of security.
Between you and all, I agree a little bit, but not as much. But anyway, let me tell you what's happened here in Detroit area, and you guys might have had it out there. Obviously, or not obviously, I've said before that we are manufacturing one of the main things we do. We've actually had, I'm not going to say who, but government officials come in, since we are a publicly traded firm, and they've literally sat down and they've said, Gary, and I'm like, hi, joking of course here, what would happen if we shut you down tomorrow? Literally just flipped a switch and told everybody to go home. No, they're not talking about COVID-19. How many people would be out of work? I said, boom, boom, boom. They didn't like it. They said, now, if you did that, within a week, how many people would be out of work? Boom, 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 boom. Now you can understand where I'm getting at. Okay, 2 weeks. Well, I guess with me, we got to a month, we were having almost 1.5 million people out of work, if you can understand what I'm saying.
Oh, it's a domino effect.
Bingo.
Yeah, it's a domino effect. If everybody, let's say, and this, I think this happened in a couple of places, a plant shuts down, all the other businesses around
Right.
it that were part of that, it all goes away.
Yeah, we had over 700 subcontractors.
Exactly. This is what they're getting to. And this is why I'm laughing. It wasn't funny. And they've actually called us a few times. They're talking more about the ransomware
Right.
as opposed to anything else. That is a lot of what I will tell you. No secrets. I have no inside clue, but I'm betting that's a lot of what Microsoft's trying to, look what we did.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, if you're talking about the famous 30-year book, that's
Yeah.
going to be page 1. I'll bet you $1.
Yeah, and what Windows 11 comes to us during the next year or two, I don't think is going to be the solution to ransomware, but I think it gives them a foundation that they will continue developing Windows 11 to where it is a much stiffer fight against ransomware. Now, part of the reason, my reasoning for thinking that is if they release October 5th Windows 11 that just delivers a severe blow to ransomware, well, that constitutes a major change. It's no longer just a feature update to Windows 10, so there's going to be a lot of problems. But if they get people into the idea of updating their computers, buying more recent hardware, then they can start putting in the extra fixes and complications into Windows 11 that'll be a stiffer blow against ransomware. So yeah, I think I'm on the same page with you that I think securing our environments, because terrorism is they're more and more interested in this information technology blows, striking that. And it's not just ransomware. It's ransomware just led the blackmailers to releasing information, because it's no longer about it's not just encrypting your data. They'll encrypt your data, and companies might say, well, that's okay, we can restore from backups. Yeah, but we're going to release all of your private information if you don't pay us.
Well, actually, I have a friend who got hit in the Detroit area, and the ransomware, like you said, backup, no, that stuff's been on the server for 2 months. So the minute you put it back on, they get on tomorrow and keep redoing it.
You know, I was just thinking on a bit of a side, like Gary would say, I don't know how many young people watch this, but you get this corporate ladder thing. Kerry touched on it, something about a little story about when he worked at Intel. What you said, Doug, about Microsoft behind closed doors, I was in on one of them. You get these university educated techs and all the language, and you close that door, and I was in a dispute. Boy, does the language change. Holy smokes, if this concept of going into, a corporate environment and it's all by the words. Geez, a little aside, when I started security, we didn't call them files, they call them data sets. I reordered every of them, a prefix total change. So, nobody likes it. And then they went to what I had a suggestion for a session manager. I thought I'd get a few grand for a suggestion. And no, it was turned down. Then a few months later, they brought one in. You're on the panel to put this in. Essentially what it is, Doug, it's like you go onto your machine and you're going to see a panel. You sign in. And it's got everything you can get according to your security. It's a session manager, a session with the mainframe. And they said, of course, it's going to be on the security record. Even the network guy, I can't do this. And I says, IBM card 01, yes, no, can you deal with that? Even if it's 80 or 100, oh yeah, so he goes away. So the system guy does the assembler program for it, to find a security record. And it didn't work, and I'm getting blamed left, week after week after week. So I looked at his code, assemblers right to left. The last, clear, maybe Gary knows more about this, clear register 015, you start. Do you know assembler?
Basically, yeah, but not as good as you probably do. I haven't used it in 40 years.
Well, it starts off clear register 015.
Right.
And anyway, it's going along. But how can I put this to you, Gary? Give me a street in Detroit. Just give me a street.
Woodward.
So I said, here, Gary, here's a letter. It's very, very important. It's going to go to Woodward, and here's the postal code, 19 whatever. Could you deliver it?
Not without a lot more. It would take forever.
Well, I went through his code, You're not a program. The last thing is load address to load address. Load address 7 to load address 7. And I looked at him and I said, you know what an AC is? He's assistant programmer. What? And I said, ACEE. It's an IBM code.
Right.
And he says, no. I said, it's called Accessor Environment Element. It's your security record. Well, you just loaded the contents to another address. You know, put it to the register. I could have done anything, Gary. I had to have a meeting with his boss, who I eventually, you know, reported to manager. And the section head I had, like he said to me, if you're going to get me an SH, you know, I'm going to know. So he knew. And he says, keep your mouth shut. I said, when it hits the fan, if he starts on me, and that's exactly what happened. His manager went to leave. I said, where the hell are you going? I got a meeting. I said, this is your meeting. You maybe you can say it. This is my point there. It all came off, right? The language went across that room. And eventually it was, you should have been, anyway, long story short, should have been load address 7 to load register 7. That would have returned a security record. I compiled it, so just so they know, recompiled it. It was up and going. And I said to him, there you go. How many months have I been blamed? You know, my point is this, Doug. You get behind those doors, like kids start it, young ones start, and they think it's all above board and, you know, the language. You go into those meetings, maybe Gary's had them. Holy mackerel. You start making up words, you know?
Yeah.
The air just goes blue. And it's never forgotten. That's when that Boeing director they put in, he went against engineers. You can't, I had to give them security clearance at some point. You cannot deal with them. They're God. And it's just the corporate things. Like you say, Doug, the stuff that goes behind Microsoft doors, the gloves come off. I can just imagine, you know, and, but if some young person looking at this, I know Sam is 20 years old, you know, I often think, what would I have done if I didn't do this? Well, I could have been a Class A mechanic. I couldn't work for somebody. I'd have to have my own business. But the corporate world, Gary would know better. It just chews you up. If you can't, when I took security, I said, where's this stuff coming from? You had it for 2 years, you know, the president's getting external auditors, you know, why am I doing it? And the short thing of it, you gotta have a tough skin. You got to know how to play the game. And so if someone is watching this, I'm in a purchasing guy. I got to go to him, the manager, to get the signatures, you know, for who can do what. He's in a meeting with 30 people. Okay, I got to wait. Then he's going for 20 minutes chatting up his married secretary. Then he walks by me like, I said, excuse me, Mr. McDonald, I got to go. And I said, that's a shame. He's 10 feet past me. I said, we just lost a purchasing database. We can't get it back. It's gone. He stopped dead in his shoes, turned around. I said, now will you sign this? This is for the younger one. You've got to be, you know.
Wake up over there.
Oh,
Anyway, that's my little story. You
no,
talk about,
I like your story, and I totally agree with it. But where I'm at, and actually every place I worked, they paid for your education. And my people, I actually begged them, borrow and steal to get them to take education. And you'd be surprised at the amount of people that are in their young 30s that, I don't have time. And I don't say stupid to them, but hey, stupid, we're going to pay for you to get anything you want short of liberal arts. You know, I have one programmer and he wants to be a lawyer and he's going to law school and we're paying for it. And you know what books cost for law school? Some of them cost $1,000 a book.
Okay, let me pipe in here, please. I'm on the same page as you guys. I want to add another piece to it. Actually, I just, when Gary hit on education, I want to say, I wanted to exclamation point that's another piece of what I'm hoping is somehow behind closed doors part of the strategy for something to happen that will cause the general public to realize they need to learn better what's going on in these computers. They're so clueless. You know, you talk to a normal user about two-factor authentication. They don't have a clue what that is. They don't know that ransomware exists. Got clients that are upset, the business owners upset when they have to have an app on their computer, on their phone for a two-factor authentication because they have no clue how this thin ice that we're on, we can get so hamstrung overnight if these bad guys out there figure something out. Now, one of the things that came up recently with I think it was Steve Gibson on Security Now, or it might have been Windows Weekly, the new botnet, the big, huge botnet that is just massive in size. And when the evildoers there utilize that botnet to really, they can seriously bring down a lot of everything we do. It seriously impact our lives. COVID, forget it. That's child's play. What they could do with this, the massive size of this botnet is just scary. And the average users out there have no clue of this. I'm hoping there's some genius behind closed doors that has a long-term vision of how we can get the general public more interested in taking ownership of their own local security. Now, that was the piece of what Gary said about education. The other piece about the closed doors that I'd like to get out on the table is, what was it? I got so excited about that last bit, I forgot the other one. The other thing I'm hoping behind closed doors, let's see, we're talking about security.
Can I ask you something on that point, Doug?
All right, go ahead.
Because there's 5 major banks up here. I deal with 2 of them. Royal Bank is the biggest. Anyway, you get this thing two-factor. That's what it is, like what you're talking about. I don't have a cell phone. It doesn't bother me. They text a code to you. It's like what Gary's talking about with his employees. They withdrew because SMS is not secure.
True.
It can be, you tell me, Gary, is it now?
It's not secure, but we're sending 2 to you, which, I mean, if I knock on your front door and back door within 30 seconds, it makes it a heck of a lot secure than just your front door.
It's better. Now,
Exactly.
That's another piece of Microsoft 365 has just come out. This was also Windows Weekly, and I think they were saying it just came out Wednesday, where you can choose passwordless account, meaning remove, not just not use your password, but remove your password from Microsoft 365. And Paul's assertion was that this makes your account far more secure because if somebody comes across your password and comes across somehow clones your EMI, whatever it is on the cell phone, so that they can clone your phone and do a two-factor authentication without having a password on the account, it makes it more secure. However, the thing that he did not address there, and I don't know what the answer to that is that method actually requires using the Microsoft Authenticator app on a phone. Now, I have 2 other Authenticator apps. I've not yet even used a Microsoft Authenticator app. It's what happens if your phone's not available to you, if there is no password. They actually, you go to a checkbox within your Microsoft 365 preferences or settings, whatever, and there's some kind of a checkbox to remove the password from your account. No longer exists. No password.
Where's the accountability with the software? Microsoft, are they going to say to Gary, like, if we screw up and they get into your machines, we're going to be financially responsible?
I'm pretty sure the terms of use agreement that you agree to when you install their software makes them not liable.
Let's put it
Like,
this way.
But
But
that's
people-
another piece. That's another piece of the scary part is we've had these attacks at supply chain level, where back east there was a substantial size computer support company supporting many clients, hundreds or thousands of computers. It was Sun something or other, the solar winds. I think I'm getting the name right for this one, where the bad guys got an infection into the computer support company, and from there they were able to get out to all of those clients of theirs and implement ransomware incidents.
I remember
so
that.
what if somebody gets into Microsoft 365 that way, and now they can reach everybody's Microsoft 365 account? And that means file share SharePoint and OneDrive, where all your secure files are if you're using Microsoft 365. That is freaky scary.
That is scary. Me being a photographer, I use OneDrive to email customers links to my photo albums.
This is the whole thing. This is, you know about the black hole in Seattle? Are you aware of that?
No.
It's what was his name?
I know
Dave,
a black watch.
it's a who is the guy Kerry had? David, he sold his company.
David Hale. David Hale?
Yeah, like he pointed out the black hole. Yeah, during this pandemic, you can't work from home. That's how deep it is. It's but you know, this is what people are looking at. You know, that scenario is becoming more and more commonplace with the average person. Like, how are they going to grasp this? You know, like you say, you can do it without a password now. This is like a bank here. You know, rattle at the you know, the automated call, and if you want to go into have your voice recorded. So I asked them, how many people do this out of curiosity, biometrics? And they said, what? I said, biometrics. My voice, you know, like it's like your fingerprint, you know, like the black hole. Well, what if I cut off your thumb? I mean, that sounds grotesque, but my point is, it sounds like science fiction to the average person. And science fiction is becoming reality very, very quickly.
Yeah.
So like I say, Gary, I say play. Am I taking play with this? No, it's extremely serious.
Well, no, that's,
You know, but Doug, this thing two-factor, and how is the average person going to get this?
They don't.
yeah, but
Because I phone ISPs and I get text. I can't talk to people. I literally cannot talk to them. Like, you know, it's not like I condescend. It's not like I'm coming down to their level. I just can't talk to them. They don't grasp it. And this is a scary thing. You're right. Windows 11, from what I see, I agree with a couple of people. All I see is HDR, and I don't gain, you know. But the way it's going, like I joke, I said I got to put Windows 11 and TMPI on my iPad in case they steal the hard drive out of it. You know,
that's
it's serious. It's serious. You know, and companies put these things out like LastPass and RoboForm, and it's good. If you forget the password, we can't help you. It's so heavily encrypted. I can imagine going to 512K encryption soon. But who's going to? It's like the IBM long time ago, the beginning of it, as I understand, they called the gentleman the father of trust. Who are you going to trust? You know, in this day and age. You know it.
So
yeah.
I've
Anyway.
I've
We're
got
going to go to sleep, I guess. PH Springer, wake up.
I've got a situation that showed up in the last month or two where a client was well, they're on Microsoft 365 now. Their old domain name is still in the old system. We did a new domain, Microsoft 365, and then Microsoft, sometime during the last couple months, made a change in onboarding a new user account in Microsoft 365, where the first time that you sign in with the user's credentials, it really pushes hard for you to do a two-factor authentication with a cell phone or authenticator app. And so I would be setting up accounts for a new employee. It's not going to start for 3 weeks. And it wants this done within, I think it was 14 days. And I know this is only going to be needed if they try to sign into their Microsoft 365 account from a computer outside of the company. And I can set up their computer with Microsoft Word and Excel and Outlook and their email to where they never have to use the two-factor authentication. So if I wait until that person comes on board and then I work with them over phone to set up two-factor authentication on their cell phone, they're only going to need that when they're trying to sign into the account when they're away from the office, which is never going to happen for most of these people. So what I did is I set up the two-factor authentication to my cell phone. And then went ahead and configured their computer. When they log in with their credentials at their computer, they're going to have full access. They may occasionally get prompted to enter their Microsoft 365 account password, which in most cases I'll give that to them. In some cases, I have not given that to them because they won't remember it. So when they call up and say, hey, I got this yellow exclamation mark on the top, and I'll connect to the computer and enter their password, and we're good to go. And the reason why I don't give that, well, one of the reasons why I don't give that to them is sometimes I've had them say, oh, well, that must be my such and such password. They think it's some other password, and they start entering the wrong password, and then they do a password recovery, and then they've messed things up. So I don't like this for a long-term solution. I'm in a transition period because Microsoft recently required two-factor authentication for standard user accounts. So I'm just saying that's something I've got going on now. That's part of this. How do these end users, they're so far away from understanding two-factor authentication and understanding how much at risk we are. They still have a mindset of using these simple to remember passwords. And I guess I'm venting now. I'm on a bit of a soapbox. But anyway, I put that out there. The main thing I was saying is that I'm using my own cell phone for two-factor authentication for a lot of people. And so far, it's working pretty well.
DB is a good password.
Even management doesn't grasp this. When
True.
I told you I went from TSS to RACAP, the concept is totally different. And I was reporting to the software manager. So Friday, I told you about the guy in Montreal. What I didn't say was, I said to him, I got a batch job that runs 6 hours, but I'm going to milk them for the next 3 months of every dime I can get for overtime, because it's silly. But in any event, the Friday night I went into when it's going to change on the weekend. And I said to him, you know, Oscar, you do realize with RACF, I cannot control finance, the books. I can't. With access, you know, the access, basically, I won't get into it. Yeah. And I says, what's your extension number? Why? And this is because you're going to get the call Monday morning. Well, long story short, everybody, the finance comes in. There's this Alex Gideon. He had access to everything in the BP. We had to hit that ban. He called the director and went the vice president. And the guy called me and he says, because we were, the daily talks usually. And he says, everybody's looking at this stuff. What's going on? I said, here's the extension. Get a hold of the vice president. The order just changed, but they didn't grasp it. I warned them on a Friday, this is what's going to happen. And it's not maybe happen, it will happen. They're not idiots in finance. And management didn't get it. And he looked at me like when I let go, he says, look at the blank you got in. I just stood face to face, furious. I warned them. Management had no idea. And I'm not talking upper management. Like the president ordered this in because of the external auditors. He doesn't care. Get it in. This is directly to me, my management, and he had no clue. He didn't want to listen. They put me there because they were afraid. One person, if I owned the system files, I could crash the machine. But this is what I mean. Your direct management, and Gary can attest more to this in his position, haven't got a clue. They're warned and warned and warned. And then they look at you like, look what you just did to me. Yeah. Anyway, that's enough of that. This is what's scary, where it's going, where this is going. It's scary. They'll get in the food chain. They can do anything you want, if it's computer driven. But enough on that. It's just the people leading this. I don't think they have a clue.
I've got a story on this subject. This is it's not two-factor authentication. It's before that. This was about a year and a half ago. I get an attorney refers me to her client. I go out to the client's home office. She's got 2 employees in the office. She's concerned about the security of her accounts, all her various different account credentials for all the different online accounts she has. And she's got different passwords for all of them. I think, okay, good start. And her biggest fear, her current biggest fear, and the reason for this is that she fears that her ex-husband or her separated husband is spying on her.
Oh, jeez.
So I get into this home office.
I swear I'm not, Doug, by the way, just to interject. I am not. She's wrong. I don't know what she's thinking about, but.
So I sit down at this one table. I'm going to have a conversation with her. There's these two employees over there, and we start talking about the different accounts and passwords. And she reaches over to this other table, picks up a 4-page stapled together sheets of paper, and puts it down on the desk in front of me. Here's all the information you need. Go ahead and fix it up so that I'm safe. And she wants to leave the room. This 4 pages is every online account and credentials with passwords that she has. Now, they didn't prepare this for me. It's all ruffled up and bent corners and stuff. This document floats around the office, so anybody can pick it up anytime they choose to and enter the information, use the information in the computer.
I'm sorry, was that a little too graphic?
Now, we're not done yet. This separated husband, their son, one of their sons, is known to favor the dad, actually lives with the dad, but is in and out of this house in this office area all the time.
Looking at mom's car.
And where do you start with this? All the passwords need to be changed. 2-factor authentication needs to be on everything. But she's got multiple people accessing these same accounts in her name. And she wants to keep it that way. She wants to keep it simple and easy for everybody. And she's not willing to spend the time to learn this stuff.
I'm not back until 3. Here's my password.
Wow.
Basically what wound up happening, I laid out for her what this would look like, what it's going to take for us to do, and she just didn't have me come back.
Okay,
And she never paid my bill, and I'm not making any attempt to collect.
Okay,
I want
have a
nothing
question.
to do with it.
I don't blame you.
Run, Forrest, run!
Oh, I was just happy that she never paid the bill. I never told my attorney client that she didn't pay the bill because I don't want my attorney client engaging the conversation any further. This is a disaster. Oh my God.
That's a perfect example of you can't fix stupid.
No, no.
Gentlemen,
Oh,
This
where
is
you
the
guys
point.
at? Is there any place that has community colleges?
the easiest solution for her is to reconcile with her separated husband.
I like that.
That's the old story too. I got remarried because I missed half my stuff.
Anyway, is
Yeah.
anybody here live near a community college?
Yeah, well,
Realizing that's 2 years to get a bit associate, whatever degree. 3 years you get your law degree. Not there, of course. So everybody, and this bugs the hell out of me, gives an attorney who has 3 years of college God's gift. Realize that lady you were talking to only had 3 years of college more than you might have had. Why is she so important?
well, now wait a minute. The attorney referred her client to me. I have no idea what education the client had.
Oh, okay. No, I thought you said she was an attorney. My mistake.
No.
Shut up, Gary.
No.
Because you know, well, this person's an attorney. I'm like, he has 3 years more than you do. I mean, I in my
and that doesn't help at all with security. I have one.
Oh, definitely not.
I have a client who is, I'm going to say, a recent college graduate, CPA, worked in a large CPA firm. Now
For a year.
he's a client here, and he was quite annoyed with having to have an authenticator app on his phone. Now his account, his Microsoft 365 account, is the administration account for their Microsoft 365, which I'm not real comfortable with. I'd rather not that. This is the only office that is set up that way.
That's what I was saying to BW a minute ago. You do realize he's more important than you are because he has the password. It's the head one.
Yeah. Now he is a one of two partners in the firm.
He's still just a CPA.
But more to the point, he's not conscientious enough about security, and he leaves his computer on and logged in at night.
In my work, you don't.
Now
need
that's
to
not going to
log
let it. That's not going to let any. You can't from his computer. You can't get into the Microsoft 365 admin console without doing an extra authentication. So
What if he
him
kept that
leaving that
logged on?
computer logged in is not. It doesn't risk the entire Microsoft 365.
in. What if he's got logged onto it?
Pardon?
What if he's already logged onto it and just didn't log anything out?
He never does.
Okay,
He's
good.
never going to log into the admin console himself. He doesn't know his way around there.
Because I have people that log in and they're doing something for the department and they'll leave it. Let's say just for argument a document, but I'm talking about something they're doing for production for the whole, for 400 people, and they'll be logged on and go home. So if the janitor was mad
Right.
about getting fired, I mean, we have a deal which has nothing to do with me except I hate human resources, and that's because they're stupid as shit. But in that one, you can write, if anybody's here and you need a resume, put whatever you're good at and make sure it's on there 20 times. Because human resources actually runs them through a system, and if it says programming in C++, C++, C+ will not go through. So if you made a typo error, throw it away. And that's their job. I don't like that. Anyway, I was saying something about what we were talking about, security. One, going back to BW over there, is a lot of people, they have to have security. They think it makes them important. Getting into the computer room is just the same. Being a network administrator, being, whatever, head of an Active Directory. We have 2 people in the Active Directory in case one's not there today. The other one wants to be able to lock the other one out just in case he quits. Like, he quits on firing you anyway. I'm joking, but everybody wants that. And then I had one thing that I wanted to tell Doug. Do you have any scanners where you're going to have to scan into the system?
Where I'm at,
Where you're with your clients.
my clients, oh yeah, we do a lot of, my clients do a lot of scanning, various different ways.
And do they map to the scanner or map to the printer that's a part of the scanner?
Some of them.
We've actually gotten some notes from different scanners. Kosiker, I say I'm wrong. I can't answer that one for the same. Anyway, they told us not to map to it any longer. Because what happens if you map to the printer, the scanner can actually get back to your PC.
Oh, okay. Well, on that, to clarify, I don't map a drive letter to the scanner, but I have a shortcut to the shared folder
Printer, right?
that's on the hard drive of that printer/scanner. And
Yeah,
I
we
also
have-
do have some of the copy machines that they actually send the scanned image to the local computer. So we actually authorize these copy machines to do that. Now that is the security violation that you're suggesting. However, these are in offices that there's no access from the outside, no ports open for anybody to be able to
Obviously, I mean,
control a copy machine, and there's no secrets from each other in these offices. So it's not like
I have the opposite. I mean, well, nobody comes in, but yeah, give me a break. I mean, somebody that walks back to the girlfriend's desk and she quit Tuesday, and I mean, we've actually had that happen where my girlfriend quit, and I'll go get the stuff out of her desk. Why in the heck would you let somebody do that?
oh right, no. You'd have to have the computer
No, you
shut
have
down.
to have security go with them.
Yeah.
If I'm saying I'm coming to get my wife's stuff, would you just let me go, computer, whoever? You'd let security go with them if you let anybody.
Oh,
No, I'm serious. You're Doug. You're going to get your daughter's stuff because she quit. You're going to let Doug walk to her desk and pick it up and leave? Forget computers. You would want security. Or
well,
something.
that depends upon the environment. In my clients' offices, they would be okay with that.
Why wouldn't they just have her come and get it tomorrow unless she told them she was getting a new job? Different instances, but I've actually had somebody say he's coming in to get something, and they actually called the computer people. I'm like, no way, personally, I said, no way in hell, security does it. I'm not letting, I don't know why she could. They called computers. They called us, and I'm like, huh?
Yeah. Well, in your type of environment, that's totally fitting.
Yeah, they wanted to let somebody in because no. And actually, I got one more for you guys. Anybody that's remotely in companies, who here is using LinkedIn? If I said it wrong, shoot me.
I don't use that no more.
Thank God. I actually came this close to firing somebody that used it, a general manager. He is bragging about his position at the company. And he put down his email.
Oh.
Now you think about it. I'm calling to get to somebody of some position of some authority. And I ask for his email. Maybe I blow that up, or I know, well, got the the email of the company. Now I got to figure out. Now I can call and ask for, this person. I can ask for human resources. I can ask for whoever. Why would you put that out for somebody? And if somebody was at your company, why would you want them looking for a new job the whole time?
Right.
There's only one reason to use that, and that's looking for a job.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, if I work for you and I put my resume out there, basically, why does Gary have his resume online?
Yeah.
And it says what he does. His degrees. He works here. He does this. He's done this for so long. Well, that's fine. I can understand that personally. And
The people that push it or promote it
Microsoft.
for other reasons is for networking, but I've never seen a reason for networking through LinkedIn or.
Well, you know who owns it, don't you? Microsoft.
You really muffled there, Gary.
Oh, I'm sorry. Microsoft owns LinkedIn.
Yeah, Microsoft owns LinkedIn.
most
I
people
wasn't
know that.
referring to Microsoft as being ones promoting it, but
Oh, probably are. They own it.
well, sure they are. But other people that are on LinkedIn and promote that as a good place to be, they're doing so from a networking perspective, and a lot of those are in the sales. There's
Yeah.
some form of sales.
Or a contracting company. Or your
Yeah,
competitor.
they're looking to get business from there.
Right.
I would
Yeah, I've
never
never
be
used it
looking
in
to
my
get
lifetime.
business through LinkedIn. That's just
You know, my son has never used it. My daughter's never used it. I never used it. And my wife's never used it.
no.
I'm on there, but I very rarely even look at the thing.
Do you get every day though 3 people from whatever?
No.
look at your resume?
No. I don't get anything like that.
Yeah.
My profile isn't even remotely high enough to anybody to really worry about.
I get emails from it. It goes into the social tab in my Gmail, so I never look at it. But I do know it's there. My Gmail, I have the 3 different tabs open. So there's regular email, and then there's social, which includes all the YouTube stuff, and then there's promotions. And so the LinkedIn will come in on that socials tab, and those emails coming in never bother me because I don't look at them.
Yeah, and in your position,
they're
you
not in-
actually may, be looking for more opportunities.
Not hearing you very well there.
I'm sorry, keep talking quieter. I said in your position, and nothing wrong with saying that, you may be looking for more opportunities.
I suppose I could use it for that, but I'm not looking. I don't promote my business anymore. I have a full house, so
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, what
yeah.
I'm saying.
But a person could.
Yeah.
The only thing I get from LinkedIn, as far as emails is concerned, is we have this job, looks like a good fit for you, and it never is. So
Yeah.
Well, exactly, though. You get that.
Unsubscribe to their emails.
Yeah, but they
I
seem
got
like-
I got a quick question. I won't go. Gmail, like you say, Doug, social. I've never seen this more convoluted email system than that stupid thing. Do they clear out after a certain time?
No. You can go back and search message if you haven't deleted them. They're still there
No,
forever.
what I'm saying is okay. I had to have it, obviously, for YouTube.
gee, okay.
But okay, I'm looking at the thing, and this was quite some time ago, and I'm going, what kind of nonsense is this? It's in my inbox or whatever. But long story short, this is a little pet peeve of mine. What if you have visual difficulties and you start using screens? Because I can't see when you flip it, invert, whatever. Okay, what would it be? Delete, the ones beside the emails, whatever, the icons, the quick delete,
Yeah.
they don't show. They disappear. This is a little pet peeve of mine. Is I went by a Cronus, and it's going back to 2009 in the community, and I said, look, I want to buy it. The guy's in Switzerland, whatever, on a chat. I says, here's a third-party program for your templates. I can tell you what it is. All you have to do is put a theme in there, and 2 or 3 times goes to upper management, and it kicks back. I mean, the owner of Acronis, he's in Singapore now, $700 million for it. They will not address this. But the point is, I can't get into Gmail. I can't see it. You flip what you normally see, the white screen and all that, is just too much for the eyesight. So I can't delete the damn things. I mean, I forwarded it. I got two or three portals. I got about 16 emails, fine. So, okay, you tell it to forward this Gmail, forward everything. So it gives you a security key. Sure, that's for Outlook to get into the Gmail servers. It only forwards everything on that particular type. forward, you know, authorize. All the other junk's in there. What happens when it fills up? That's what I'm asking, if anybody knows. What happens if, you know, whatever amount of space on a sign from Google fills up all this garbage? Because I forwarded it, but I selected leave a copy on the server, which I'm sorry I did. But it leads to a pet peeve of mine. I look at the software engineers and I think, you must be 15 eyesight, you know, you got nothing wrong with you, and you're going to live forever, because the stuff you're writing, you're assuming everybody's the same, you know. But anyway, backing up, does it go away, or does it fill up the space and then I'm stuck?
Yeah, I don't think there is a limit to what quantity of emails Gmail will store for you. If there is, I haven't had anybody come up against it, and I know I have a lot in there.
Yeah, you would have. I mean, businesses here that, you know, I deal with, their invoices come from the, you know, you can't open it in Firefox. Jim would know what I'm talking about. You have to download it from the server. It makes sense, you know. But that Gmail is just, you use Outlook, you flip the fonts, you change whatever you want, and it comes back in. Between Firefox with the dark mode and everything, it just adjusts. But Gmail won't. It will not honor, you know, Acronis. Okay, you want your logo, but if anybody uses it, you'll see the little computer in the main body. I mean, what do they want? That's important. You're not supposed to see what you're doing. You got to see that little fancy little stupid, you know, computer monitor. But anyway, you see the problem that can develop just as much as you talk about security to the average person or the person in the office. Microsoft tries to adjust with high contract. They're making an attempt. I've seen no software make that same attempt, you know, for visual. But and anyway, my main question was about Gmail.
Okay, so am I understanding your main question is about making Gmail easier to see the emails that are there or read them?
Essentially, no.
Okay.
You know how you go to it and you see your emails and the tabs got product, you know, like promotions or social.
Well, here, I'll go to it.
So you go to inbox and you got all these, and you follow the line across and it'll be delete, mark as unread, those icons.
I don't, the icons for delete and mark as read, if I right click on an email, I get menus that has mark as read and delete, but I don't have any icons on the right for that. Oh, wait a minute, these. Oh, okay, these.
Yeah.
I just don't use those. So, okay, what is it about those icons?
If you flip what would you call it, a theme, whatever, you know, to alter the screen, they disappear.
Oh, those icons are no longer visible if you come up here and choose a theme. It's up here somewheres. A theme for Chrome, probably.
Oh, I tried Chrome. I gave up. That's why I went with Firefox. They're much more attuned to, you know, those different things.
Okay, so you're changing a theme in Firefox, and those icons go away.
Yeah, like well, Jim would know. He's more familiar with Firefox. Like before they had the what is it, Jim? The light over dark.
Well, they have a dark theme in Firefox.
Okay.
It puts a capital A on the right.
Capital A on the right.
On the top right, on the menu. So you turn it on and off. It could be site preferences and everything else. I just have it global. At the time before they did it, I went to Reddit, and these guys developed something. It was 3 pages long. So I just copy pasted it in, and it goes to the user Chrome file. But now they don't honor that. You know, you have to flip the switches to allow user Chrome to be active. So when they got this in and they have, a verified extension, it does the job. Strangely, you'll laugh at this. The background is black. It's reversed.
Okay, yeah, dark mode.
I didn't pick my name for that, but that's basically it. When you flip it, then you go to Google. You go to like Google homepage and it says sign in with that, and you get into your Gmail. That destroys the how can I put it? The screen, the Gmail. The things disappear.
Okay.
Without luck, you turn it black and opposed to white. It just inverts it, and you can see it. But Gmail, you put the what I call a mask over it. All these things disappear. How can you see them? It's that's a pet peeve of mine. It always has. Like there's an awful lot of very intelligent people. I mean, look at that guy with in England. In the wheelchair, he lived 50 years with it. He shouldn't have, and his IQ must be 260. Very intelligent people that should be accommodated. But anyway,
Well, I think there's ways to fix things, but to expect that every variation of how you might set up a screen to accommodate every variation of person is asking too much.
no, think about it. You're looking at a white screen with gray letters.
Yes.
Basically. Invert it. That's very easy. That's a very easy concept. Like I'm not.
But you found an extension that does that.
Oh yeah, in part yeah, but you go into Google and it destroys it. You go into Gmail and it's
Okay,
gone.
so that extension doesn't work well with Gmail. So that extension.
I kind of prefer that Gmail doesn't work with any extension. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah. So you want a way to make these lines, this gray, more readable.
Invert the colors.
Is
Simple.
that the only fix that you're willing to accept?
Well, I don't want plaid and I don't want sunflowers and all these.
But you don't. Your request is not to reverse the colors. Your request is to make this easier to read, and reversing the colors is one method of doing that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, is there some other method of doing that other than reversing the colors? Because reversing the colors didn't do the trick for you.
Well, they'll say increase the text size, and I've dealt with Zoom and everything else.
Yeah.
Until it comes where it doesn't even fit on the monitor, but I get it. I've taken screenshots through the years, send to my to my kid, and it comes back with, "Are you trying to space me out looking at this screen?" Like but that's the way it is, and my little kid is no little kid anymore, and her eyes are starting to go.
Yeah.
This is my point. Like this assumption. It was Hawkins, wasn't it?
Yeah, Stephen Hawkins.
Stephen Hawkins. I mean, if he wasn't supposed to live for 10 years, and he went 50. And look at the intelligence the man had. But if he labored under these type of things, half he conceived would never get out. This is the one lacking thing in computing. It just drives. I said to Cronus, "You got to be kidding me! If they're going to say this is, of course, this is only low level. You're going to say this is a security breach? Somebody couldn't get in there? But they won't do it. They won't. They absolutely turn it down. And this has been an issue with people that buy the product all the time. They slam into the forums and complain and complain and complain. Oh yeah, we'll send it to management. I'm having read them from the past. I'm thinking, yeah, you just had to give up. You just had to, what? I'm not going to use it anymore. I asked Carrie about this in a question. I said, how do you get these things to honor the Windows? This is what they're going to most time, the Windows colors. It's easy for them, just let the system do it, but it's broken. It's broken badly. And this comes in your two-factor authorization. All these things, Gary, in your company. What about the people who have a little bit diminished eyesight? Are you going to blame them because they put in something wrong and the two-factor didn't go? I mean, where does it stop? Are all your employees supposed to go through a physical? You can't use a computer unless your eyes are 15-15, like a fighter jet pilot. Think about it. How many people you got working for you that's got a limp, got something? They're not perfect, but they do one hell of a job.
There is a way to change the colors on the actual machine instead of in the Gmail. I forgot how to do that.
Yeah, I've typically found that doing that doesn't result in changing the specific items on a web page. I've found that content on a web page kind of ignores that.
Catherine's saying you can change the theme in the background in Gmail. I played until I just.
So here I've got displayed on the screen right now about the extension for doing dark mode in Chrome, and you're saying when you applied that, it messed up Gmail, and the example you gave is
I took every extension. My son-in-law, he's a pretty bright kid. The stuff he does in Photoshop and videos, it amazes you. And he sent me, well, here, and he put that in. It got so broken, I didn't even know what template I had on top of what template. Chrome, pardon the word, sucks. It does. It just plain sucks.
That's not a new opinion.
No, but I'm modifying my opinion.
Okay.
The broadcast.
He's trying to keep it clean.
Yeah, Firefox is.
You could apply that to the word computers.
I have on occasion.
Yeah.
Been known to do that.
I've played with Chrome occasionally. I don't like it. I will not use Edge, and I've been on Firefox. Has to be at least 15 years.
Yeah,
I use Firefox and Chrome.
Blackwatch, have you just tried? I'm assuming you're doing all this through the normal web interface. Have you thought about just using a third-party email client?
At one time, I had Thunderbird.
Okay.
But it's no longer supported. It's not kept up. That's why I have an awful lot of HTML, certain emails from my daughter and that you want to keep. But no, I wasn't going to put Thunderbird in. But it's still, I got it, Jim. I still have to go into Gmail and forward things. It doesn't. It's not going to get me around the problem. If that fills up, I mean, what I should have done, obviously, is say, don't leave a copy on the server. But you always think, well, if something important comes through, what if it breaks, right? The what if? Then I got nothing.
I have my Thunderbird. I've again for 15 years I've been using Thunderbird, and I'm use it to this day. And yeah, one of the options is that you can delete messages that are such and such age off the server. So
yes.
I always delete. I have mine set for 30 days or 45 days. If Thunderbird goes in and it looks at the server and anything that's 30 days or 45 days older, get rid of it. So I never run into a space problem.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, because in forwarding or whatever, the access to the Gmail servers, you have to have a code. It's 6 or 7 or 8 they send, and you plug it back into Gmail to authorize whatever server you're coming through to access Gmail. That's clearly what it's doing. So does not Thunderbird require that then?
I've actually not bothered to set Gmail up in Thunderbird because I've never really had to do that. It would be interesting to find out.
Yeah, it's just, but I know this started with, the space, how much space you get, but it's touched on something. I think I give a couple of comments to you, Doug. It infuriates me, that Microsoft has done a lukewarm, if you Google it, say, how do I set up the high contrast? Like, how do I modify it? Continually, it comes back. This is how you access high contrast. Well, I'm in high contrast. Now what do I do? The default or whatever, and it's infuriating. It's like I say, the best example I have is Stephen Hawkins. Where would you be? Where would you be if they just said to him, no, you're in a wheelchair, you can't move, So whatever you got to say is nonsense. You're of no value. And this is why I asked Gary, he's got so many people in that company. How many would be classified by software engineers is unfit in any way whatsoever. Like this is, to me, you talk about security, where it's going to go with people. How many people understand it? Like to me, I get it. And I told you, Doug, it's true. I got a photographic memory. I wish there was things I could forget. But, that's to my credit. But what if I can't see? Quite, the same. And this is something where this whole IT thing is scary. It's the assumption of perfection right across the board, and,
How old's your dog?
Where'd everybody
Whoa,
go?
it's quiet. What
Yeah, where'd
happened?
everybody go? Gary, say something.
We're
Jim, tell a
quiet.
joke.
Hello.
I'm trying, Doug.
Huh?
Now just forget. Actually, I was going to ask you a question. Are you just using Edge, or are you using anything besides Edge for your clients?
Edge and Chrome.
Is it Chrome, whatever they choice, or do you have software that needs Chrome?
It's just no particular reason. I could stop using Chrome. Of course, before the new Edge, never steered them towards Edge, but now it's fine. And a lot of people have Google accounts. My clients' offices allow them to access their personal content. Some people, I walk up to their computers and find their personal
Sure.
Google account is logged in.
Gosh knows what they're doing.
Not any big reason one side or the other.
Are you guys allowed Amazon?
Are we allowed Amazon?
Yeah.
I'm not
Your
sure
workers.
what you mean by that. Workers are
Yeah.
really not.
At your clients, do they allow them to use Amazon?
They
Right.
allow them to use their computers for personal uses very commonly.
Okay.
So that would include Amazon.
And now I got to get going, but I have a couple of quick questions for everybody. Question number one, for the people who have computers, what operating system do you have the most of in your house? Linux or Windows?
Oh,
Well, that's Windows. That's easy.
No, it's not
Windows.
easy. You're going to lose. Probably have Linux. Tell me what your router has.
Yeah, but you ever tried Linux, Gary? I tried it. It's command driven. It drives me nuts.
Was that a trick question? Did he say what operating system is on our devices or computers?
I said Doug, I said, what operating system do you use the most?
Oh, all right. That's a trick question.
Okay.
Router, probably your microwave, literally.
Yeah.
Your car.
Yeah.
I mean, again, literally, I know that it's probably one of your cars. Trust me, I know that for a fact.
All right. I'll buy you.
So right now we probably got 20. Because your car, depending on the car, probably has 15 to 20 different sessions, as it were.
All right.
Your router has at least one, probably two when you look at it in and out. Microwave has one. My son's refrigerator has like 4. So people tell you about, oh, Windows is number 1. No, not even close. And then let's go to the people in third world countries that are using Linux because it's free, basically. It's like Chrome, except it's free. So next time somebody asks you which is number 1, ask them why they use number 2.
I know a few photographers that love using Linux.
I don't particularly care one or another, but that's my favorite joke whenever I talk to computer people.
Sure.
Because they
Good
all
one.
say, Windows. I'm not using Windows 11, which has nothing to do with this. I said, well, don't you want to use the one everybody else is using? And they don't like it. And Jim, how old's your dog?
She is 11.
As a matter of fact, that's what I'm getting ready to do now. My dog is 14 and wants to go downstairs. He doesn't like going down the stairs. They're too frightening.
Oh, she just have no issue going down any stairs as long as it means that she stays with me.
No.
She's every much daddy's girl, without
No.
question.
He goes to the stairs and scratches the floor. And then he comes back, barks once or twice, or scratches in here if I'm, then goes back. Because my office is upstairs.
I got a question for you, Gary.
Sure.
I have to ask. I have to. It's in my blood. You
I'll make
alluded-
$1.50 an hour.
Yeah, well, can you make change of a sawbuck? I mean, But anyway, you alluded to having a top fuel license. That's not true, is it?
What? Yeah, it is.
You have a top fuel of valid?
Yep. That's why I was joking with Doug earlier. I'm afraid to death to get in an airplane, but I went over 300 mile an hour in a car.
What team are you associated with?
Right now, I'm not. I mean, I got my own when I was trying to do my own team. But I've actually driven John Force's car, if you're familiar with John Force.
I'm very familiar.
Huh?
I'm very familiar.
And I've driven Brittany's car also.
Now, I just curious, like, at 12 years of age, I started my godfather's gas station, but the only summer I ever had off was the last one. And my dad said to me, September is coming. My point is this, you know the difference I mean by in your blood?
Yeah.
Yes,
I do.
And when I was 15 or 16, I wanted the big block stuff, and I ordered a used 396 motor from, I'm not bragging, from a record.
That sounds like a GM.
Sounds like what?
GM.
Yeah, it is a GM 396.
Right.
I rebuilt the thing, not machine work. That's forget computers. Drag racing. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I asked you, did you congratulate Brittany on?
Yes, I did, because my son actually was in the pits that day.
Really?
Yep.
Charlotte?
Yep.
I know it's a side nobody knows, Doug, but they're running 4 lanes at once.
Well, they're also going down to a quarter, not a quarter, they're going to an eighth of a mile now.
Because I saw that on the video of it, and I'm going, the NHR, like, the quarter mile is 1,000 feet now because of Scott Coletta. And, but I like 4 lanes at once, like they're calling up the 2, and I'm going, what camera you got? They're running the 4 lanes, but anyway, Doug, I had to ask.
Yeah, well, I've tried to get my car going down there, but the problem is, you got to get some tires, you got to get some sticking. I forget what it's called on the track because I spin tires too much on my Tesla.
Yeah, like I had a friend, Pro 5.0, they ran turbos, but Racing Jason, if you ever heard of it, he got a new set of M&H. He ran his own red car, anyway, we were preparing for New York. He flipped it into the guardrail, and let's just say it took the roof off.
Well,
And he had the best roll. He had the best of everything. And
except for my 2 kids and my wife, all of my relatives are deceased. But I kind of I'm serious 100%, but I jokingly let the cat out of the bag. I started Ford in 1976. I was 18 years old and had a degree. Guess how I got my job at Ford?
Yeah, well, they came up.
No, my dad.
Somebody said to me, "Let's go to the track test and tune." It was Can-Am week, and Force was there for Castro. So,
Yep.
you know, you could stand with the bottom of your fire pants on because you knew the track owner, and I was like 40 feet from John Force and Austin Coyle. It was
I drove his car full blown, and you're hitting about 10,000 horsepower in that thing.
well, it's 11.5 now, but John melted the track owner. He put in about 800 feet of guardrail.
Yep.
Well, Force took it out. It's a good thing he had it, and he melted his ride.
His daughter took it out once too.
You know, but they're anyway. I know, Dougie, but Gary knows it's in your blood. It is one rush. It is.
I wanted to be a mechanic, but my dad made me go to college. My mom died when I was 12 years old, and she literally, the day she died, had me in the hospital, which you don't get in very often. She had me sign a contract with an attorney that I'd go to college.
Yeah, but there's a piece of technology, Doug, to try to figure out. That's like driving in a nuclear reactor. Those things.
I won't get in a plane, but I'll get in the car. It can blow up in front of you. Just the engine's in front of you. Now remember, the back used to be the rails, but not anymore, because nobody cares about the rails. They like the funny car.
Your mic's getting awfully muffled, Gary.
Okay, well, I got to get going.
There, yeah, okay, that's better.
Bye, Jim. Bye, Tim, and bye, Doug.
Bye.
We doing anything next week?
Yeah, I'm sure next week. I don't think tomorrow, unless Jason contacts me. If Jason Laster contacts me, then we'll do a session tomorrow.
I liked Jason. I don't think he's. I think he's not back into it. How's that?
Well, I think it's not his highest priority to work on a computer business, and he's not a regular in participating on my channel or in chat rooms.
Right.
That's clear. So I would expect in his position for his interest level in pursuing a business on the side to flex. There'll be times when he gets more interested in it, and then he's not so interested in it. That's kind of a human thing. He's got a family to deal with. He's got a full-time job. So if he responds and comes back, great.
Great. Yeah.
I'll just we'll keep working with him as long as he's interested in showing up. But if he takes weeks off and I don't hear from him, that's not going to bother me in the least.
Right.
Well, he's a welder, isn't he?
Yes, he's a welder, and I'm not sure that. I suspect that he's a welder that works as the work is available. I don't know that he has a full-time gig with it, but I really don't know that. That's just a deduction.
Well, with the drag racing, there's the guy's name was Don Phoenix, and he had 4,000 bolts going into that shop. The equipment, you know, the aluminum welding. He made a good living. But I mean, if Jason's working for somebody, you know, acetylene and the base welding stuff, there's not much money in that.
Of course, he's down south also, so that's a rough place to be at times.
Be nice to have Bertland back.
Yeah, and that I think that'll come.
Did you
As soon as they open back up.
Doug, did you get an email from Bertland today?
No.
No.
But I did. I don't expect it because he told us it was going to be weeks. He thought it was going to be weeks.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
Oh, he'll be lucky if it's only weeks.
Yeah, I think so.
Could be months.
Yeah.
Hopefully. More months the better.
Isn't this a kick in the head? Your parents go through 1918. You know, if I had my way of it, I would say, I want to be dead before the next one, the next wave, you know, every 100 years, and walk right into it. I know my mom me and my sister, we don't talk much, but we said, thank goodness she went when she went because of old age. What would she do in this time? How would she conceive it at 95 plus?
And my father passed before all this mess.
That what they went through, the depression.
Yeah.
And all these
Depression
things.
era.
Well, I know that I'd rather die like my dad than his passengers. He was asleep.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of it. I know it's a morbid subject, but you hear this, I just laid down to have a nap and he never woke up. And I think, if I gotta go, that's how I want it, But like Jason and them dealing with this, and trying to get a business off the ground and everything,
it's hard.
I wish I went longer in the business, that the company did better. I had the vision of, when I retire, don't show me a computer. I want nothing to do with it, and today, but this gravitation to IT, no matter what they say, and Gary, you're looking for people, it's going to become flooded. Everybody, like you say, your refrigerator all works. I look like Doug, you talk about, what is your grandson now? 7, 8?
8.
No, my son. He's 42.
No, Doug.
Yeah, my grandson's 8.
Oh.
Well, my great grandson is 6, and I got 3 more under him.
My granddaughter's an intern, and my other daughter is in college, and she's 17. Granddaughter.
But look at the age they're going to grow up in, with computers and that.
They're going to be doctor, and hopefully she wants to be an attorney. So.
Well, Gary, you're old enough. Remember Zager and Evans, the year 25.
25.
Yeah, is it all out? Is it that far out?
And actually, the Evans guy lives about 7 miles from my house.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, they were. Well, I won't get into it. You can talk about any subject, anything in life, anything that anything you go through, and you'll find a song. Isn't it amazing? This is what people put out there. It's but that song 2525. It's not that far out.
Oh yeah. Well, that's yeah. But Windows 10 ends in then.
It's 25. That's 500 years from now.
Well, everybody's on about Windows 11 2025. I can't hardly wait. Is it the song is 2525? Yeah, in the year 2525. And then it's still alive. At the end of it, they bring in this mysterious guy in the clouds called God.
Hey, Doug, I'll be there on New Year's Eve with you.
All right.
Anyway, thanks for the help about these extension things with it's just, I don't know, in people's career, I have found there's an awful lot of very smart people in it. That there was something, off about them. They're not perfect. They're just, they're
crazy.
And it's when you try to approach software engineers or companies, I mean, look at Acronis. The guy's worth, last I looked, $600 million. And they can't give up this stupid little monitor screen to, produce an ability to make it visual, see. And I think it's just a sign of the times. Here we go with another song, sign of the times. They just, they won't address it. And yet you expect people to remember passwords, two-factor.
You expect people worth $600 million to worry about your software?
Yeah, I mean, that's what he moved out. He moved from Eastern Europe to Singapore. You know why? For his money, and the Russians won't get him. But it just puts me off.
I don't think he was from Ukraine. He was from Czechoslovakia, I think, which isn't Russian.
Well, Russia or whatever. But they all leave. But Doug, it puts me off. It's a simple thing. Third-party thing. You plug in something and you get a theme. Okay, the boot USB you can't.
How
It's
do you get 2009 still working? Because mine's only good for a year on a personal level.
but it just, you know, management, a custom ISO. I said it's not custom. You plug that thing in, and that creates the ISO. You use it or you don't.
Yeah, because we for a rule don't use the Chronos at work, but I back up at work like every 2 days and at home every 2 days.
Are you finding a theme, Doug?
No, I'm not. And Catherine's not responding. She complained a while back that nobody reads her emails, and she's not responding to mine. But
No,
and
I read her
Chris,
comments. I read her comments.
well, yeah, but yeah, she's
Chris B.
anyway.
Schwinger.
She's complained before, but she's not responding to my messages to her. And both she and Chris Garrett are trying to guide me to it, but I keep showing them what you're saying isn't there. It's just
I
not
see
there.
you doing that. There's got to be a way to
And
change that.
They're not. I haven't seen them respond to that. But well, what I did find a documentation that says Chrome does not have a dark theme. You have right here. Chrome browser does not feature a built-in dark mode.
It does now, Doug.
Pardon?
It does now.
It does now? Let's see,
Yep.
what was the date on this? Oh, that was 2018. So do you know how to get me there?
Yeah,
Let's see that.
I can't go back and relearn Chrome. I know Firefox is Chromium based, but like Jim, I've used it just too long, you know, before I ever had issues. And now they have built-in
All right,
verified extensions.
they're trying to help me get there. Let me let them help.
I want to give Catherine a shout out, by the way, with what she tried to help me. But Catherine, I'm not going to take that on right now with what
where is it? I know
what we were talking about.
Chris says he's had dark mode in Gmail and Chrome for a while. Well, go look at your extensions. Do you have it because of an extension?
I'm
Chris?
checking because I know that Calm Down keeps coming up on me.
So where is here now? Here I've got to search settings. This is Chrome settings. This isn't Gmail settings.
Oh, I'm looking at Chrome.
Yeah, Chris was telling me, I think he was telling me settings for Gmail.
Well, the problem I have with that, like if I go to some sites like Reddit, I'm signed in, right?
Uh-huh.
I usually use in private, and they say you want to continue with it.
Hey,
No,
Doug,
you know, I don't want to continue with Gmail. Like, go away, you know.
Doug,
Yes.
type in Chrome dark theme.
And we'll type it in where?
Google at the top.
Chrome dark theme. That sounds like what I was at.
And it'll say turn on over at the far right.
Turn on at the far right.
No, start over. Chrome dark theme.
Chrome dark theme. Are you seeing my screen?
No.
There's extensions for that. Gary's right. There's all kinds of extensions.
Yeah, I know. Let me. Who was that? Was that Jim that was talking me through this?
But I used 2 or 3 of them, and it was absolutely.
I want to stick with who's trying to get me to dark theme.
Okay, do the Chrome space dark space theme.
Are you seeing my screen right now on Gmail?
No.
I mean on the YouTube.
No. Oh, wait, hold on.
You're not watching YouTube?
Oh, hold on, no.
I'll flip to it too. Wait a minute. Where?
See what I can do.
Where we
I'll
at?
zoom over it. I can't see your screen.
Okay, where are we at YouTube?
Go to my website, youtube.com/LWTDB.
It'll be in your notifications, Gary. The last one in.
Chrome dark theme. Let me try that. Dark theme.
Oh, I can't see.
Oh. It's just getting me extensions. Ah. But how does that work with Gmail?
Well, it doesn't work specifically with Gmail. It's just changing all of Chrome.
It'll
Yeah.
be global. It'll be global settings like Firefox.
Yeah.
Uh,
So it's not a change for
preferences.
Gmail.
Oh, okay.
Crap.
Now I know where it's stupid things at.
Let's see. I don't even read my Gmail. I ignore it. Let's see. There's got to be a way to change that.
Okay, like Edge. No. Edge.
Oh, somebody's coming in. Who do we got? Darren.
Oh, cool. I'm not finding it. Hello.
I'm not finding it either because it's not there. And the people trying to guide me to it are not.
Yeah, well, tell me how you were the thing.
Did you find the YouTube video, Gary?
No. I'm ready to kill. Yeah, okay, how am I getting it? Every time I go into...
So you've been with us on Zoom without even being on the YouTube video? No wonder you haven't been seeing what I'm doing on screen.
Maybe that's the problem.
Tim's been watching me try to find this. And...
I'm in.
Hello, Darren.
Hi. Missed
Hey,
the
Bob.
beginning.
You said you're back. So you haven't been with us all this time.
No, just the beginning.
All
With
right.
Blackwash.
All right.
Doug?
Chris says he was in the Edge browser and he searched. So he was on a different browser. So didn't work. And Chris says he's had dark mode in Gmail and Chrome well, not Chrome. He's saying he's in Edge. Well, okay, maybe he has dark mode in Chrome, but through some other method. There's no search there. Catherine, come out wherever you are from Chris. They've changed it in Gmail. I have no idea where it was. I think it was a Chrome extension. That's what we've been saying.
Catherine uses WaterFox.
What?
Catherine uses WaterFox.
WaterFox. Okay, so that's different. So you guys have been not saying the right thing.
I told her that I took the link and I went to install WaterFox. It says stop all other applications. It's going after system files, so I cancel it. I've never seen a browser do that.
Oh yeah.
Nor did she.
Let's see. Try quick settings. Exit out and go to quick settings. It may be in there. And I'm not interested in some more maybes. I already found documentation that says Gmail does not have dark mode. It's only available through extensions. So maybe it's here or there. No. No, I'm not going that way.
I'm sorry my aside set that. I was just asking about the station Gmail. Then I set all this off. But
that's not anything to apologize for. That's very much what my channel's supposed to be about. Is figure out how to make things work better for you.
It's just something that has gone on the back burner with me. I wish I wasn't personally affected, but that's the way it goes. So.
Well, and actually your point is taken with me too, because I have, from one monitor to another, that gray of those emails is a lot of times difficult for me to see, and I have really been unhappy with it. Sometimes I'm actually adjusting the display controls, the physical controls on a monitor. But I'm on the same page with you, BW.
I've tried just about everything till I just got set up. Used Firefox, and then I found this CSS code. So I plugged it in Chrome, and it's an awkward way. This is what gets me about Firefox. Like Jim would know, they're control panels. Like where you go in, if you proceed through this, yada yada, you could break stuff. All those screens are in white. just like what you see, the white screen, the gray. And, you know, I understand what they mean. You know, why can't Firefox secure those pages? It's beyond me.
Done walking.
They don't want to. That's exactly what. They don't want to.
Okay, let me give you here's a pet peeve of mine on the similar lines. Here I'm showing my computer number 2. I've got a couple Windows Explorer windows open. You cannot see the top border of this Explorer window.
Yeah.
It's completely not visible because there's no contrast. Now the reason why that's not always the case is if I go over here to Advanced System Settings and go to Performance, I just selected Best Performance, so I get a faster, quicker operating computer. If I go for Let Windows Choose, then it puts this little shading effect that makes it visible. But if you want best performance, they don't put a border around Windows at all.
I mean, this could be the thing where Joe would come in and all these old boys can't see, you know, but it's not restricted to, you know, age necessarily.
I don't care what age you are. You're not going to see what I just displayed because there is no line to be seen.
This is like, I played around with Zoom. Like, for instance, I got to go to 80% on your YouTube stuff or I lose the chat on the right. You know,
Okay.
You know, what do they got now? 6-foot TVs? You know, it's ridiculous. They have the technology to accommodate this, but that's where we are. Like I say,
Yeah.
You know, what would happen if out of the 400 million users, 100 million had visual difficulties? That's going to get addressed. But how many are out there with whatever?
Well, right now they have, what is that called? Accessibility settings.
Oh, that's baloney.
I know. They're not very good at all.
That's a kiss off. That's all that is.
Yeah.
A corporate kiss off.
They got to start hiring older people at Microsoft.
Yeah, well, really, I mean, this. You know what gets me about on the side? University. I'd run into university people. Oh yeah, you know, I only went grade 12, 4 year. All that proves is they have the ability theoretically to learn. It doesn't mean they come out and they know it. Like I told you about that assembly programmer, he went worked for Texaco, worked all that. He was infallible. He just doesn't make mistakes. I don't. Just on the side, the worst ones I had to get along with were university graduates. They were the hardest people to get along with, but it just touched me. You know, if you came out of there and you had a disability of any kind, would you have your job? You know, it's just not being addressed. You know, it's even for Microsoft, it's just a kiss off. You know, it's just it's a PR thing. You know, for people. I mean. But anyway, I tried all those Chrome things. I tried them to death. My son-in-law, everything, and his eyes, they're like eagle eyes, you know, of what he can see, and it just didn't work. One extension broke the other, you know, over and over again.
Okay, hey, Chris Garrett, quick settings. Is that quick settings in Chrome browser or in Gmail? He must be talking about Chrome browser.
Said Chris. I think you mean Darren.
No, I'm talking about in the chat.
Oh.
Chris put a message in the chat saying it's in quick settings under theme. Click view and then you should see pick your theme. But quick settings, what quick settings? You're talking about the Chrome browser or in Gmail? And I don't recall seeing something called quick settings. So here I'm in Gmail. I don't have quick settings across there. I don't see a quick settings down here. Then if I go up to Google Chrome, quick settings, quick settings, quick settings, quick settings. So far it's not very quick. Quick settings. Quick settings. Where is quick settings? Where is quick settings? Quick settings. I don't see a quick settings. You're not giving me enough.
Here's the funny thing about it. You have to have somebody with good sight to see what you're going, to set it to what you can see, and then they can't see what you see. It's a wheel within a wheel, you know?
Yeah.
Quick settings under theme is what he's saying.
It's in quick settings under themes. So now he's saying maybe Chrome don't have it. All right.
Oh,
That's enough. That's enough. You steer me to. Maybe Chrome doesn't have it. Oh, come on.
We're gonna have to remove his mod status. That's all there is to
I
it.
don't know. If it's not clear to you yet, Chris, that we're dealing with Chrome, why are you telling me instructions for a different browser? No. Okay, hey, I've had enough. It's time for us to say goodnight. Okay, say goodnight, Gracie.
Good night, Gracie.
Yeah. All right. Thank you,
night.
everybody. Thank you, everybody, for coming here. I really appreciate it.
Good night, everyone.
Good times. All right.
And Darren,
Yes.
Yeah.
take that breathalyzer. You went out with that British warm beer. I don't think you should be driving that keyboard.
We had a bit of word before you started.
You know, the pubs over there, they haven't figured out how to refrigerate their beer yet.
They do.
Okay. Chris,
It's
where is
hard.
it in Chrome? Chris, you're saying it does have it on Chrome. Where? Tell me it does have it. Isn't enough. Tell me where. He's still saying that it's there. He says, I just checked and it does have it on Chrome. I'm sorry, you can log in on my end and see. I don't understand that sentence.
Log in on
I will let
computer.
you log in and see.
Restore default.
Okay, Chris, you're saying I can log into your computer. Connect remotely to your computer. I'm game. I'll go a little bit further. Okay, so Chris, what you do is go to logmein123.com. Be sure you get logmein123.com. It should ask you for a 6-digit code. Tell me when you're ready for the 6-digit code.
Default. Search engine.
He says he's ready to go. I don't know.
All right,
Default browser.
Chris, the
Default-
code is 622652. He says, no, he didn't say he's ready to go. He said, let me hide some things.
Put some clothes on, Chris.
We're not going to have his camera here.
Yeah, close the porn tab.
Different browser. Don't put that on again.
Wait, I'm hiding personal info.
Continue off.
Yes.
What's that?
How about just maximize Chrome? And I'll let you do the driving. I'll just connect and then you demonstrate.
Ooh.
I've been talking. You haven't heard me. I was muted the whole time. I found a link on how to do that. That's from April 2021.
I saw you put a link in there, so while we're waiting for Chris, I'll go pull that up.
I mean, I had a different username, the own names and everything else.
Gmail.com.
But YouTube, the channel, it kept corrupting.
Huh.
I almost gave up. I've had this for years. I used to watch Terry. I didn't go in, I just watch. And then somebody said, well, upload a video, anything. And it seemed to cement it. If anybody's has that problem, upload somebody's video, just make it, private.
Okay, here's the thing that I've been missing. Here's the gear icon, and then it brings up this tab, and then there's down here where we have the word theme, and then view all. And I don't think that is happening for me. Now that is in Gmail.
Yeah.
So then I'll go over here to Gmail, gear icon. Let me get to actual Okay, gear icon, and looking for theme down here. Oh, you know what I think is going on? This mouse, see, there's no scroll bar on the right. So I can't drag a scroll bar, and the scroll wheel on my mouse gets down this low and it won't go any further. The scroll wheel just doesn't work right here. So I'm thinking
Oh,
maybe I
Theme
have to.
Omen website.
What?
Theme Omen website. Is that what you're looking for?
Theme
Dark mode.
Owen website?
That would do.
Chrome.
The way it sounds, that would be like a global theme on the, like a preference.
It's in you and Google. It's in about halfway down, if that's it.
You're seeing it on my screen? You're saying I'm going right?
Oh, little, I'm just doing. Where's it? Right. Nope.
Like Firefox extensions go by site, like Jim
CL
would know.
settings,
If I
density,
put it
under
in.
theme, CL settings.
That should work.
Why is it doing that?
Right. What did he say?
Why do
This
I
is the
keep
right
losing
one.
this?
Theme.
Go back to here, and then here.
That's right.
Density. Okay, under the density section, this is where they're saying theme. Now, this is sounding a little familiar to me, that there's something that can turn that on or off. And so I don't have this section for themes. And it's supposed to be right under this density area.
Yeah, I've got it on mine. I'm looking at Gmail and Firefox.
So under this density area, you have a section for themes.
Yep.
And you don't have a section for inbox type. Or is
Yes,
inbox
I have-
type lower on that screen?
It's lower.
It is lower.
It's lower.
So
Absolutely.
it seems to me there's a way to turn themes on or off. Enable or disable themes. in
Yeah, there's all
Gmail.
kinds of things here. There's the density section, then there's the theme section, inbox type, that's another section, reading pane is another section, and email threading. So there's all kinds of sections on that right-hand side.
Yeah, so somehow I don't have themes as a section available.
No, reading panes is nothing to do with the theme. It just alters the.
Agreed. It's just a different piece, that's a different option that's on that settings
Right.
panel.
Outlook has that too. OWA, it has
Yeah.
immersed readers and all this. You get in there, you get lost. What did I do?
I like the dark theme because, especially on a smartphone, it doesn't use up so much battery.
Yeah, that makes sense.
How come you're not seeing themes?
Yeah, that's interesting. You're not seeing it, though.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
weird.
so let's see. Gmail.
Yeah, I just switched the whole
Themes.
Gmail thing to dark.
Not working. Using administrator account, user settings, turn Gmail. Why is Gmail theme not showing up? Dark mode, you'll see a new option theme to check if dark mode is available. No.
And once you get that, how do you lock it in? Because a little aside, you ever notice when Defender updates come down, you check for updates and, antivirus, whatever, installing. Then you'll find out where you install programs from. It resets it to the Microsoft Store. Like how do you lock this stuff once you do get it? When the next update comes through. But it's like I say, it's something that hasn't been addressed very well. And the the one thing about Firefox, they update too much. The last one, Jim, if you notice, like the bookmarks on the top, the other bookmarks, they rearranged the menu. It double spaced it. But
Yeah.
you do release an update because they have a little cosmetic change. You know, I'd say to them, look, bundle that into the next security update. But my point is this, you set all this stuff, and the thing updates whether you know it or not, and it's all broken again. You know, it's, you know, I don't know. It's
Okay, Chris, I'm doing a new code for you because that one would have expired by now. So, Chris, the code is 327477.
Email. Let me try this on my end.
he probably can't find his pants to put on. That's the whole problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I suspect he's going to show exactly what that website shows, and it's not appearing on my computer.
Huh? I got it. Dark theme. And I never checked my Gmail. Wow, there's a million of them in
Why is
there.
not available for me?
I'm with you, Tim. All this stuff that piles into Gmail, like all this garbage.
I ignore it.
Where the bloody hell is all that?
Well,
I'll
it's
use
fine if it doesn't fill up the space. You know, if it doesn't, yeah, I don't care. As long as it doesn't come back and say, we can't put any more in, you know, so you're not going to get what you want forwarded.
Well, the default space available for Gmail is like 15 gigabyte.
Oh, well.
No, is that Gmail or is that Google?
Well,
Your Google account.
That's a good question. It's right underneath my list of emails in Gmail. It says 0 gigabyte of 15 gigabyte used. So
Yeah, I think that's storage space for Google, not for your email.
I've seen that too. I don't use
Yeah, it's 15 gigs for emails.
oh, okay, yeah. I just clicked on a little thing here. It says storage is shared across Google Drive, Gmail, Google Photos. So it's across all that stuff.
All right. To give a debug for the whole account. Wow.
But I so rarely use the Gmail account.
Yeah. Sorry to throw this out. This could be a whole video, Doug, on how to help people.
Yeah, it could. Yeah, and that could be a very, very useful thing for a lot of people.
You know, there's all, and then how to lock the settings. You know, you finally get there. You could spend 2 or 3 hours with them, different videos.
Okay, I clicked on settings and viewed all. There's themes to the far right corner at the top.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking it's got to be in the view all settings as well.
So if you do view
It's
all,
there.
Chris
themes
wants
is
to
to the
know
far
the
right.
code, Doug. Chris wants to know the code again. We just
All right, I'm gonna have to do a new code again because it's been too long. All right, so code Chris 537698. 537698.
Want me to type it in for you, Chris?
I got it in chat.
I can remember numbers 5 to 7, 6 to
Okay,
8.
so now I'm gonna plug in a second mouse to this computer and see if I can get better scrolling.
So let's go back.
Isn't that the right computer?
Council.
Guess it's not.
So I clicked on the gear bar. I clicked on see all settings.
Right.
All the way to the right hand corner is themes at the very top, underneath the word settings.
Okay,
Since-
Chris, you have the controls. I see your screen. And he's in dark theme now. So he's got the gear icon in Gmail. Yeah, see all settings. And he's got this theme section. That is what that website shows. My computer does not have that.
Oops.
You pick a theme from here, yeah, and cancel
the
from
dark
there,
ones.
but my computer does not have that.
What the heck?
Interesting, isn't it? one computer to another to another to another, and it's
Yeah.
all, you know,
You're
How
using
Oh.
really impressive restraint to call that interesting.
yeah.
Tim, did Tim's imposter hack your computer?
Do you really want me to use the adjectives? I created a few words for Webster's.
I don't. So Chris, I'm gonna turn away from your computer there.
Hey, BW. BW.
Yes, sir.
I have a T-shirt that says I speak 3 languages: English, sarcasm, and profanity.
Oh,
I'll go with the latter because that seems to work in tech now today. You get people's attention quicker.
Mm.
You save language. You save an awful lot of
Okay,
letter
so
paperwork.
Chris, watch this here. There's the gear icon. Whoops, wait a minute. I gotta go back to Gmail, and I'm gonna demonstrate on another computer too. I got 3 computers I can demonstrate that on right at my fingertips. So there's a gear icon, and themes is not there. I believe it's my.
it goes down a bit
See
further
all
down.
settings. Click on
It goes
see all
down
settings.
halfway down on that one.
Click on
I
see all
can't.
settings.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So let's
you
go
go-
see all settings because. So out here, Tim,
Yeah. See all settings.
and then it's out here, right?
Not there.
It's
It
not
should be on the
here.
right.
Wow, that's weird.
It's not here.
What the hell?
Now, I have a suspicion that it's because my Gmail account was or is associated with I think it's called Google for Business.
Ah,
So it's not a normal consumer
Okay.
account.
Okay.
So, but why would themes not be available?
Set themes. Oh, fine.
What was it called?
Alright.
Google for Business?
Ah,
Themes? I seem to remember some place to turn that on or off. Now, if I go, let's see, if I come back here and then here, watch this, manage your Google account. I bet there's going to be something in here. Now I'm going to start doing some blurring because I'm not sure what's going to happen in here. Okay, this kind of looks okay. How much do you trust? So I'm suspecting that if you guys go look into that manage your Google account, you're probably going to find different stuff because I think this was some kind of a business account. Data and privacy, security, people and sharing. Nothing there about settings. Let's see. How about if I go up here? Themes. Change, edit, background, color of themes in.
where the
Turn
hell?
on dark mode. Community forum. Dark mode has come to contacts. Google on devices. Rolling out. Open that in a new tab. Tried going to setting, but nothing showed up. Not available in Gmail app. Chrome now works lighter dark mode. Based on your operating system settings, equivalent settings, spent considerable time. No way around this tight coupling. Windows 10 is a default app mode. Windows 10 is a default
Labels.
app mode.
Right. Oh.
Those are 2019. You know what? I think I'm going to take this assignment offline and go further with it. There's something about my Gmail account. Now let me go demonstrate this on another computer. I'm sure it's my Google account somehow. So, oops.
oops.
Oh.
I'm getting different on mine.
Let's see. My screen's going to be black for a minute, but I'm still here. I've got to change the source type from HDMI to VGA so I can pick up that computer. Go ahead and click. Show me a dot. Show me a dot. Come on, there you go. And then it appears. Okay. And then, so here, this is a different computer. I'm in Gmail. If I go to settings, I still don't have themes. Now, does this mouse scroll better? It does not. I can't even tell if there's more below this because there's no scroll bar.
I got the same as you. It goes down about another 2 clicks, and you got themes.
You do have themes?
Yeah, it's about 2 clicks down from that.
I can't go down. Is it below email threading?
Oh, I'll just have to go back through it. 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Oh,
I'm
right
there.
there.
Right, 3 seconds. Right, it is
Default.
default.
Customize.
It's the second one. It's the second lot down on mine
Second lot down from what?
from the top.
Okay,
You got your default.
which it isn't there. I don't have it.
It's on here.
Yeah,
But
but
it
you have
goes
it
down.
under the density section and above the inbox type. Is that right?
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, so that's what I've been showing all along. It's not here.
What the heck?
I don't have that.
What
Now
a
look at
concept.
this here. Do your screens have this button that says manage this organization? I'm going to say you don't.
No,
None of you
don't.
have this button, do you?
Just
Let
got
me check.
see all settings.
You don't have manage this organization because you're not an organization. I have a Google account that is an organization. So now I'm going to go into this manage this organization and see if
No.
there's something that I can maybe turn on or off the ability of themes for my entire organization. For all
See what I
one,
mean?
all one of us.
Google for business. So if you're in a business, you must have gone through the physical test to get the job. See what I'm saying?
Google admin. Here I'm in Google admin. Domains, users, add users, alternate address, domains, billing. Yeah, my domain is actually hosted by Google. It's DougBetts.com. Welcome to Google Workspace Admin Console. You guys don't have this. Here's apps, devices, apps, billing account, Google Workspace, additional service, marketplace apps. Oh, here's a search, themes. Turn themes on or off for users. Who votes for this?
Go for that.
I'll give it a try.
Turn Gmail themes on or off for users. As an administrator, you can enable, disable themes for your users. We're going to frickin' find this. Google Admin Console, then apps, Google Workspace, Gmail, user settings. So, Google Workspace here, Gmail here, user settings, status on for everyone, drop down here, themes, right here, themes, let users choose their own themes, pencil, check box, let users choose their own themes, and save. Holy moly.
Took us 3 hours to get a training session out of this.
Yeah, so here, it's not here yet. Will refreshing the page do it, or do I have to close the browser?
Refresh.
Refresh did not do it.
Huh.
So do I care about any of that stuff I have open? Sort of.
What about CL settings?
All right. CL
Wrong
settings.
one.
Nope, it's not there. So I want to reopen the tabs that I have open. So I'm going to come down here and put a continue where you left off, right here. When I'm ready to go back to my normal specific pages, they're still saved here. So I want to be able to exit Chrome and then relaunch it and get all these tabs back. Because there are some specific things that I was wanting to go back to. Now I need to close all of Chrome, which is going to include chat. And that's going to include the YouTube video. It's already gone. So then, let's see. Oh, relaunch Chrome. pick the user, and it did not open all my tabs. Oh, you sly little devil.
Idiots.
Click on one of them.
All right, so then here, I still don't have themes. CL settings. How about log out?
Yeah, try that.
Explicitly log out of here, sign out. This is signing out of my, well, this is inside the Gmail screen, so it seems like I'm signing out of Gmail. So now I'm still in Chrome. How about here? Sign out. Sign in again. Password not. Oh, say it says not signed in.
Sync is paused.
Here I still have that chat window open. How did that happen?
See what I mean? It's just PR stuff. The whole mechanism is broken.
Yeah.
It's broken. It's patronizing. That's all it is. It's even Google's doing it. Obviously, they have something. Oh yeah, we've addressed it, but just don't use it. You know. Maybe we should file a class action suit against Google.
Still not there. Manage this organization. So let's go back and see if the fix is in here. Let's see. Was it apps, Google Workspace, Gmail, user settings? Did I miss a save button?
Sam Lazar saying it'll take 24 hours. Sam, you're wrong. It should be immediate.
Let users choose their own themes. It says on. Well, you're saying what it should be. Sam could be. You're right here. He's right. He's right. You owe him an apology, BW. Changes may take up to 24 hours to propagate to all users. Prior changes can be seen in audit log.
Oh, so my email problem went to the Gmail problem.
Yeah. Now it might not be a full 24 hours. It might start
Could be
working
3
at any
hours.
moment.
Yeah, it says up to, so God only knows.
Up to. But that's where that was coming from for him to say that. Okay. Can we hang up, guys?
Yeah.
I'm beat.
Yeah.
Google has beat me down.
Yeah,
You gotta
I'm waiting for October 5th. That's all I'm doing. I got two systems that I want to try and see how the official release goes.
Yeah.
I got one I'm gonna try it on.
Goodbye. We're done. Say goodnight, everybody.
Good night.
I'm punching the buttons. I'm not looking at chat.
Bye.
This is it. Goodbye. We're gone.
Bye, everybody.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.